Chapter 697. Yi Xian, who sat cross-legged in the hall, suddenly opened his eyes, and then he vanished in the next moment. Outside the hall, Yi Xian gazed at the sword energy that had arrived in front of him with an emotionless expression on his face. When the sword energy was around 3 m away from him, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! The sword energy was instantly slashed into pieces. Meanwhile, a large sword suddenly slashed down forcefully towards his head. When the sword slashed down, the space around Yi Xian instantly cracked into a spider web shape. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then the space around him instantly returned to normal. In the next moment, countless strands of the energy of the earth suddenly converged into his body, and then Yi Xian drew his sword and flicked it upwards. It was a head-on collision. His current physical body was at the god-rank realm, and coupled with the energy of the earth, he wasn't inferior to anyone in a head-on collision. As soon as their swords collided, bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. On the other hand, the owners of both swords retreated madly. Yi Xian stopped after moving 30 m back. At practically the exact same moment, the old man stopped as well. The old man gazed at Yi Xian with a calm gaze, and he held his sword tightly in his right hand. Yi Xian didn't speak as well. Countless strands of the energy of the earth converged incessantly towards him. A moment of silence ensued. Hiss! Hiss! Both of them vanished on the spot at practically the exact same moment. 2 rays of light flashed. After Yi Xian arrived in front of the old man, he slashed down with his sword. However, the old man's figure suddenly became ethereal. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword suddenly stopped moving, and then he swiftly swept it behind him. Meanwhile, a sword arrived before him. Bang! As soon as the 2 swords collided, an expanse of light erupted. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly vanished once more. Yi Xian immediately took a step back. At practically the exact same moment, a sword brushed past the center of his forehead. Yi Xian twisted his right wrist, and then the sword in his hand moved at a strange angle that brushed past his stomach as it stabbed towards the old man. At this moment, the old man had already retreated 100 feet. Before the old man landed on the ground, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared about an inch away from Yi Xian's forehead. However, this ray of sword light could not advance any further because Yi Xian's sword had already pressed against this ray of sword light. In the distance, the old man suddenly gripped his great sword with both hands. With a stomp of his right foot, he leaped directly above Yi Xian's head. In the next moment, he gripped his great sword with both hands and slashed downwards. This sword could split mountains. This time, however, Yi Xian did not forcefully receive the attack. The moment the old man disappeared, he had already retreated several feet. The old man's sword missed, but the sword momentum contained in his sword still forced Yi Xian to retreat more than 100 feet. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, he gently pointed with his right hand. Buzz! A sword howl suddenly resounded, and then numerous flying swords slashed down like a storm towards the old man. The old man wielded his sword and slashed repeatedly. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded incessantly while the old man retreated repeatedly, and it didn't take long for him to be over 300 m away. Suddenly, the old man stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he swept his sword horizontally. Crescent moon. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of sword light that was like a crescent moon surged out from his blade. Bang! Yi Xian's flying swords were instantly blasted into pieces. Yi Xian stood on the spot with his sword pointed diagonally towards the ground. It wasn't the executing heaven sword, it was just an ordinary Dao realm sword. The experts of the Divine Kingdom had converged over since a long time ago. However, they didn't attack because Yi Xian had asked them not to. This was a battle between Yi Xian and the old man. The Yi clan's ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian is lacking in talent and virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian is removed from the position of prince and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl, Yi Ling, bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and entered the ancestral shrine. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting with his life on the line for the clan, and we do not know if he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap! A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 698. Yi Ling. Jiang Jiao had been in contact with Yi Xian for the longest time, so it could be said that she understood Yi Xian's character and temper very well. Yi Xian's reverse scale was Yi Ling. This little sister, who he had raised from a young age, was his biggest reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. When Yi Xian was normal, his thoughts were normal, but if something happened to Yi Ling, he would become abnormal. He would become a complete lunatic. Even she was afraid of Yi Xian in that state. Because he would lose his rationality. Opposite Jiangjiu, Miss Qi smiled, "It's because he cares so much about his little sister that I came." Jiangjiu looked at Miss Qi and made a prompt decision, "Take Yi Ling away." Shangguan Xian turned and left. In front of them, a shadow guard directly rushed towards Miss Qi, but the moment he rushed out, a powerful force directly enveloped him. In the next moment, the shadow guard disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there. Seeing this scene, Jiangjiu's expression changed. The other shadow guards were about to act, but Jiangjiu suddenly shouted angrily, "All of you, stop!" The shadow guards stopped. Miss Qi looked at Jiangjiu and smiled, "You're very smart. Don't let them make unnecessary sacrifices." As her voice fell, she disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of a large hall. Miss Qi pushed open the door of the hall, and a little girl was sitting not far from the door. This girl was Yi Ling. Yi Ling looked at Miss Qi, her expression calm, "You want to capture me, and then threaten my brother." Miss Qi smiled, "You guessed half right." Yi Ling suddenly disappeared. Miss Qi's eyes flashed with surprise, and she flicked her sleeve. Boom! A powerful force suddenly shook in front of her, and this powerful force directly pushed her out of the hall. Outside the hall, Miss Qi looked at her palm, which was covered in a layer of ice. Lady Qi looked at Yi Ling and said softly, "What a powerful cold energy. I've seriously underestimated you." Yi Ling looked at Miss Qi. Suddenly, she spread her right hand, and with a gentle gesture, a door appeared behind her. An immortal sect. The immortal Tao sect's supreme treasure. The moment the door appeared, Miss Qi frowned. At the same time, Yi Ling suddenly performed a hand seal. Immortal Gate Spirit Seal. As soon as she finished speaking, the door behind her suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a huge palm flew out from the door. In the distance, the corners of Miss Qi's mouth lifted slightly. Interesting. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently pressed her right hand forward. Boom! The giant hand in the immortal sect was forced to stop in its tracks. Then, Lady Qi lightly pressed her palm forward, and in an instant, the gigantic hand turned into nothingness. At this time, Yi Ling's body suddenly floated in the air. She clasped her hands together in midair. Myriad immortals gather. With that, the gate of immortality suddenly turned into a white light and entered her body. Boom! A monstrous pressure exploded from within Yi Ling's body, and the pressure forced Miss Qi back dozens of feet. Miss Qi looked at Yi Ling and said softly, "End realm." At this moment, Yi Ling's realm had reached the end realm. Looking at Miss Qi, Yi Ling raised her hand and struck out. Boom! As soon as the palm landed, it was like a volcanic eruption, and a powerful force swept towards Miss Qi. Miss Qi said softly, "It's time to end this." As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched her right hand. In an instant, a strange talisman appeared on her fist, and in the next moment, she punched out. Rumble. The force released by Yi Ling exploded, and Yi Ling was forced back hundreds of feet. The force exploded, and Yi Ling was forced back hundreds of feet. Yi Ling glanced at the talisman on Miss Qi's fist. Miss Qi smiled and said, "This is a Tao law, a four-dimensional Tao law." Yi Ling said softly, "My brother has one too, and it's a five-dimensional one." Five-dimensional. Miss Qi smiled and said, "I've heard of it. I'd like to see it for myself." Yi Ling suddenly looked behind Miss Qi and said happily, "Brother." Miss Qi turned around, and there was nothing in front of her. In the next moment, she turned again, and by this time, Yi Ling had already disappeared into the horizon. He escaped? Miss Qi was slightly stunned. He still knows how to escape. As she said this, she shook her head and smiled. In the distant horizon, Yi Ling suddenly stopped, because there was an old man in front of her. Yi Ling was silent. At this moment, Miss Qi appeared in front of her. Miss Qi smiled and said, "I really want to know if your brother will really do anything for you." Yi Ling suddenly looked down and said, "Mizan. Mizan." As soon as she finished speaking, a spear suddenly shot up from below. Up in the air, Lady Qi frowned. She pointed out with her finger, directly at the tip of the spear. Bang! Miss Qi retreated several feet, and at this moment, a woman appeared in front of Yi Ling dressed in snow-white clothes. It was Anlanxiu. Anlanxiu opened her palm, and a spear appeared in her hand. She looked at Miss Qi, and without a word, she raised her hand and stabbed with her spear. Bang! A powerful force instantly drowned Miss Qi. In front of Anlanxiu, Miss Qi punched out. Bang! Anlanxiu and her spear were instantly blasted back, but in the next moment, she mysteriously appeared in front of Miss Qi. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly in the air. Not far away, Yi Ling didn't stand by idly. She was about to attack, but the old man in front of her blocked her way. Yi Ling looked at the old man and didn't waste her breath. Her figure shook, and she shot explosively towards the old man like a ray of icy light. At the same time, Zhou Yafu and Mu Nanji appeared in the air as well. Under the joint forces of the two of them and Yi Ling, the old man was directly suppressed. In the sky, countless soldiers from the north had surrounded Miss Qi and the old man. Bang! An explosion suddenly erupted in the air, and then two figures retreated explosively. They were exactly Enlancio and Miss Qi. Miss Qi glanced at Enlancio, and then she glanced at the surroundings before she said softly, "I made a mistake." A mistake. Before she came here, she'd thought that only Yi Xian was capable of fighting in the entire northern territory. But the facts before her eyes told her that besides Yi Xian, everyone else in the northern territory wasn't weak. Especially Enlancio and the others. All of them were extremely outstanding even in the Sky-Earth world. Miss Qi suddenly gazed at Yi Ling. Meanwhile, Enlancio was standing in front of Yi Ling. Miss Qi grinned, and then she opened her palm. A black talisman suddenly transformed into a ray of black light and vanished. Enlancio's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene, and she swiftly turned around. However, Yi Ling had vanished. Enlancio turned around to gaze at Miss Qi, but Miss Qi and the old man had vanished. They'd vanished. Shengguan Xian, and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Jiang Jiu, who stood by Shengguan Xian's side, spoke solemnly, "Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen." Everyone fell silent. Everyone knew what Yi Ling meant to Yi Xian. Shengguan Xian looked towards the horizon and spoke softly, "I've already notified him." Jiang Jiu spoke solemnly. He said in a deep voice, "Pass down my order. Investigate the background of that woman. The universe." The Yellow Mistress sat silently in the hall, and there was a memorial in front of her. After a short while, she spoke softly, "The Xianyuan clan has made a move." An old man by her side spoke solemnly, "Xianyuan Qi?" The Yellow Mistress nodded, "The Wu clan should be behind it." She chuckled lightly, "They still haven't given up on that precious treasure." The old man bowed slightly, "Your Majesty, can that precious treasure really lead to the fifth dimension?" The Yellow Mistress nodded, "It should be. Because the news came from that place." That place. The old man's expression became solemn. At that moment, the Yellow Mistress shook her head and chuckled, "But they have never thought about why such a precious treasure would fall into the hands of Yi Xian. No, they should have thought about it, but the temptation of the treasure is too great." The old man nodded, "Entering the fifth dimension and changing one's fate is a temptation that they can't refuse. Moreover, Yi Xian is not a simple person. This time, the two clans took away Yi Xian's sister. With Yi Xian's temper, there's really no way to resolve this peacefully." The Yellow Mistress spoke softly, "That treasure. Who wouldn't be tempted?" As she spoke, she closed the memorial in front of her. "Keep an eye on it." The old man nodded and retreated quietly. In the hall, the Yellow Mistress looked at the memorial in front of her quietly. After a long time, she suddenly said, "Let our people kill Yi Ling, don't expose yourself." She got up and walked to the door of the hall. She said softly, "Once Yi Ling dies, he will probably fight them at all costs. I'm looking forward to it. He. Somewhere in the clouds, Xianyuan Qi looked at Yi Ling in front of her. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Yi Ling was silent. Xianyuan Qi turned and looked into the distance. She said softly, "Sword Emperor Tingyun is an unknown realm expert. If she comes out, she should be able to restrain the woman in the plain dress." Immortal Sword Sect. As soon as Yi Xian entered the Immortal Sword world, he felt many powerful sword wills. The entire Immortal Sword world was filled with sword wills. Moreover, these sword wills were extremely powerful. In the sky, flying swords flew past from time to time. What a good place! As Yi Xian was about to move forward, a middle-aged swordsman appeared in front of him. The middle-aged swordsman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, I heard that the Immortal Sword sect has countless experts. I am untalented, so I have come to challenge you. The middle-aged swordsman said in a deep voice, Yi Xian, my sect master wants to have a talk with you. Talk. Yi Xian smiled. He was about to speak when the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Yi Xian frowned. A moment later, his expression turned ferocious. At the same time, a blood-red sword chi rushed out of his body and into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed blood-red. Bloodline activation. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian changed his expression. Yi Xian, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Qi. The middle-aged man's head flew off. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Yi Xian raised his head and looked in the direction of the Immortal Sword sect. His expression was twisted. Immortal Sword sect. How dare you touch my sister? As his voice fell, a blood-red sword light suddenly flew across the Immortal Sword world. As this blood-red sword light flew past, the space began to crack inch by inch. P.S. Brothers, I want to apply for leave. Apply for 2 days of leave. Can you do it? Chapter 699. The entire Immortal Sword world was shocked. It didn't take long for the blood-red ray of light to arrive at the Immortal Sword sect. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly slashed down from above the Immortal Sword sect. Bang! The blood-red ray of light was forced to a stop, but the sword itself exploded apart. The blood-red ray of light in the sky above the Immortal Sword sect dispersed, and then Yi Xian appeared before the disciples of the Sword sect. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body was blood-red, and he emanated a vicious aura. A vicious aura. Jian Shifeng gazed at Yi Xian, you. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Hiss. A sharp sound of tearing resounded abruptly. Jian Shifeng frowned slightly, and then he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. A ray of light appeared on the tip of his finger. Bang! Yi Xian was forced to a stop, but Jian Shifeng himself was pushed over 10 back. Jian Shifeng gazed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. What a good sword. You. Meanwhile, Yi Xian vanished again. Oam. A sword howl shook the sky. Jian Shifeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a ray of light flashed through them. A moment later, he suddenly charged forward, and an expanse of light instantly enveloped Yi Xian. Slash! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from the sky above the Immortal Sword sect, and then an expanse of blood-red light erupted from the sky above the Immortal Sword sect. Rumble! The space in the sky above the Immortal Sword sect cracked apart. At the same time, Jian Shifeng was pushed over 100 back, and the sword in his hand had cracked apart. Jian Shifeng glanced at the sword in his hand, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly pointed the executing heaven sword at him and spoke fiercely, Immortal Sword sect. Where's my younger sister? Younger sister? Jian Shifeng frowned slightly. Yi Xian, what did you say? Yi Xian roared, where is my sister? As soon as he finished speaking, an expanse of blood-red sword light suddenly shook the sky. In an instant, the space above the Immortal Sword sect was directly torn apart. Jian Shifeng glared at Yi Xian. Are you crazy? You. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Kill. A blood-red sword light instantly appeared in front of Jian Shifeng. Jian Shifeng's face turned cold, and with a flick of his wrist, a sword light shot out. Boom! This sword strike directly slashed apart Yi Xian's sword light, but the sword in Jian Shifeng's hand had already shattered. At the same time, Jian Shifeng's entire body was blasted back several dozen meters. Jian Shifeng looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. This Yi Xian's strength had far exceeded his expectations. After repelling Jian Shifeng, Yi Xian once again disappeared. In the next instant, a wave of blood-red sword light directly covered the entire sky above the immortal sword sect. Jian Shifeng did not dare to be careless. He immediately stomped his right foot, turned into a sword light, and shot out. Chi 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 chi. In an instant, countless ripping sounds resounded in the sky above the immortal sword sect. In the sky, Jian Shifeng explosively retreated. Seeing this scene, all the experts of the immortal sword sect were shocked. They did not expect their sect leader to be suppressed by Yi Xian. One must know that Jian Shifeng was a famous super expert in the black-yellow great world. Moreover, he was ranked 6th on the sovereign list. But now, he was actually suppressed by a youth in his 20s. Boom! At this time, in the sky above the immortal sword sect, Jian Shifeng was directly forced back several hundred meters by Yi Xian's sword. Jian Shifeng looked at the distant Yi Xian with a solemn expression. Yi Xian's combat strength was somewhat abnormal. It should be said that Yi Xian's current enhancements were too great. The power of bloodline, the power of earth, the power of space, and the golden armor he wore. Of course, the most important was the sword in Yi Xian's hand. The lethality of that sword was simply too great. The reason why Yi Xian could suppress him was that Yi Xian had that sword. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to strike again. Qingcheng, Yi clan's ancestral shrine. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as heir apparent will be replaced by Yi Lang. The speaker was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was none other than Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a heir, why did you cripple him for no reason? The Grand Elder coldly looked at Yi Ling, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Grand Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan Hill. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Grand Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new heir Yi Lang suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Grand Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the heir. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the heir, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through water and tread on fire for the heir, and I won't hesitate to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back, understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was dressed in a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 700. Bloodline. Yi Xian, who was about to attack, was stunned when he heard this woman. Someone has the same bloodline as me? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hadn't even reacted when she pressed her hand down on Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, Yi Xian's boiling blood calmed down. Yi Xian gradually returned to normal. The woman gazed at Yi Xian. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, and then she patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly with her right hand. Come out. As soon as she spoke, a sword suddenly flew out from the top of the pagoda. When she saw the sword, the woman in the yellow dress was stunned. The sword trembled, as if it was greeting the yellow-dressed woman. Yi Xian was stunned as well. The woman in front of him recognized this sword. The woman stretched out her hand to take hold of the sword, and there was a rather complicated expression in her eyes. I never expected that I would meet you in such a manner. Where's your master? The sword trembled in response. The woman grinned. I understand. When she spoke up to hear, she gazed at Yi Xian, and she sized Yi Xian up before she spoke softly. Madman, Yi Xian asked. Senior, madman? She gazed at Yi Xian. You don't know about your bloodline? Yi Xian shook his head. She gazed at Yi Xian. Where's your father? Father. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. But Senior seems to know. The woman frowned slightly. A short moment later, she seemed to have thought of something, and she grinned. He naturally has his reasons for not telling me. I won't say anything about it. When she spoke up to hear, she sized up Yi Xian and said, your cultivation in the sword Dao isn't weak. However, it can be improved. As soon as she finished speaking, she patted Yi Xian's shoulder once more. In the next moment, a powerful strand of sword intent entered Yi Xian's body. Everyone was petrified when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? What was going on? Weren't they summoned to deal with Yi Xian? Why did he help Yi Xian? In the clouds, Xian Yuanqi's face was gloomy. No one knew what she was thinking. Below, Jian Shifeng's mind went blank. The ancestor he called out was actually helping Yi Xian improve? Could it be that he had called a fake ancestral master? Yi Xian was also a little confused at this moment. He was ready to fight to the death. However, he didn't expect things to turn out like this. The ancestral master of the immortal sword sect actually wanted to help him improve. At this moment, Jian Shifeng walked in front of the yellow-robed woman. He bowed respectfully, Ancestor. The yellow-dressed woman looked at Jian Shifeng, what's the matter? Jian Shifeng looked at Yi Xian and spoke in a solemn voice, Ancestor, this person destroyed my physical body and killed countless disciples of my immortal sword sect. He deserves 1,000 deaths. The yellow-dressed woman's brows knit together slightly when she heard this, and then she turned to look at Yi Xian. You probably wouldn't kill people for no reason. Tell me your reason. Jian Shifeng was speechless. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he told her everything. He didn't exaggerate too much, but he did lick up the truth a little. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the yellow-dressed woman's face turned icy cold, and she gazed at Jian Shifeng. As a swordsman, you actually went to deal with a little girl? Jian Shifeng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Ancestor, my immortal sword sect wasn't targeting his younger sister. It was someone else. The yellow-dressed woman gazed coldly at Jian Shifeng. Then why did you target him? Him? Jian Shifeng was stunned, and then he quickly gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Which side was the patriarch on? Just at this moment, the yellow-dressed woman suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. Seeing this, Xian Yuanqi's expression changed, and her body trembled as she retreated. The yellow-dressed woman pointed upwards. Wang! A sword ring charged into the sky. A voice suddenly rang out in the clouds. Protect little miss. The moment the voice landed, 20 End Realm experts blocked in front of Xianyuan Qi. 20 of them attacked at the same time. 20 Peak End Realm experts attacking at the same time, how terrifying was that? However, as the yellow-dressed woman's sword slashed down, the heads of the 20 people flew into the air at the same time. However, Xianyuan Qi was already tens of thousands of miles away. The yellow-dressed woman looked coldly at the end of the sky, and then she pointed forwards, "Go!" Pooh! A sword light instantly appeared 10,000 miles away. Thousands of miles away, Xianyuan Qi's expression changed. She suddenly turned around and opened her right hand. A golden talisman flew out of her palm. The moment the talisman flew out, a brilliant golden light exploded from it. Sword arrived. Hong! The golden light instantly turned into nothingness, and Xianyuan Qi was blasted tens of thousands of feet away. However, the yellow-dressed woman's sword didn't disappear. Xianyuan Qi hadn't even stopped when the sword appeared in front of her once more. When she saw this, Xianyuan Qi's pupils constricted, and her face turned ashen white. She couldn't block that sword at all. However, right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Xianyuan Qi. The old man reached out with his right hand, and then he spun it. In an instant, the space where his palm landed turned into a pitch-black whirlpool. Sword arrived. Hong! In an instant, the old man and Xianyuan Qi were pushed back 3 kilometers. However, the yellow-dressed woman's sword still hadn't disappeared. However, at this moment, the old man and Xianyuan Qi had vanished. Within the Celestial Sword Sect, the yellow-dressed woman retracted her gaze and looked at Jian Shifeng. Who was that person just now? Jian Shifeng hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Xianyuan family. Xianyuan family. The yellow-dressed woman was stunned. Xianyuan family? Jian Shifeng nodded. A trace of bewilderment flashed through her eyes, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Why is the Xianyuan family targeting you? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, I have a treasure in my possession, and they probably want it. A treasure? The yellow-dressed woman said, can you let me have a look? Yi Xian nodded, and then he withdrew the World Prison Pagoda. When she saw the World Prison Pagoda, her expression gradually became solemn, a fifth-dimensional treasure. When she spoke up to hear, her brows suddenly knit together, and then she shouted, come out. As soon as she finished speaking, a sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the sword of the woman in a plain dress. The yellow-dressed woman was stunned when she saw the sword, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Why is that sword in your possession? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, a senior gave it to me. The yellow-dressed woman asked, a woman in a plain dress? Yi Xian gazed at the yellow-dressed woman with slight surprise. Senior, you know her? A complicated expression suddenly appeared on her face. I never expected that she would actually give this sword to you. As she spoke, she gazed at Jian Shifeng. What sort of deal did that person make with you just now? Jian Shifeng spoke in a low voice. She wants the founding ancestor to restrain the woman in a plain dress, and then they'll kill. When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at Yi Xian. Kill him. The yellow-dressed woman shook her head. Restrain the woman in a plain dress. Are all of you trying to kill me? Jian Shifeng spoke in a low voice. Founding ancestor, who exactly is that woman in a plain dress? The yellow-dressed woman glanced at Jian Shifeng. You actually placed the entire Immortal Sword sect in a hopeless situation for your own selfishness. What right do you have to be the sect master? As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the surroundings and said, from this moment onward, the sect master of the Immortal Sword sect is Yi Xian. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. The sect master of the Immortal Sword sect is Yi Xian? What's going on? All the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect were petrified. Jian Shifeng's mind had gone blank as well. You want Yi Xian to be the sect master of the Immortal Sword sect? Did I really ask a fake founding ancestor to step forward? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior. This. The yellow-dressed woman gazed at Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, isn't that a little inappropriate? The yellow-dressed woman gazed at Yi Xian. What's inappropriate about that? From this moment onward, you're the sect master of my Immortal Sword sect. I've decided on that. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd below and spoke in a low voice. They refused to accept it. The yellow-dressed woman glanced at them. Does anyone refuse to accept it? No one spoke. The yellow-dressed woman remained expressionless. I created the Immortal Sword sect. Since I was able to create it, I can naturally destroy it. Their expressions instantly changed when they heard this. The founding ancestor is really angry. Countless people hurriedly bowed respectfully. We all accept it. The yellow-dressed woman gazed at Yi Xian. If anyone refuses to accept it, you can kill them. Yi Xian gazed at the yellow-dressed woman. Why? The yellow-dressed woman grinned. I owed him a great favor all those years ago. Now that I've met you. When she spoke up to hear, she hesitated for a moment before she continued, there are some things that I won't tell you in detail about. The yellow-dressed woman looked up into the sky and spoke softly, the Xianyuan clan isn't simple. Their clan has a divine sword. That sword was given to me by him all those years ago. I don't quite understand why his descendants would target you. That shouldn't be the case. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Senior? The yellow-dressed woman gazed at Yi Xian. I executed a few attacks just now, and this cloned spirit energy has been completely exhausted. If we're fated to meet again in the future, then I hope we'll meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, her body turned completely illusory. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Jian Shifeng. It was the Xianyuan clan that took my younger sister away? Jian Shifeng remained silent. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his hand and swung his sword. Hiss! Jian Shifeng's head instantly flew into the air while blood sprayed out like a fountain. Jian Shifeng's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. I died just like that? On the other hand, the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect were flabbergasted. He was killed just like that? Yi Xian glanced coldly at the surroundings. Can anyone answer my question? Meanwhile, a disciple of the Immortal Sword sect flew over to Yi Xian, and he bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Sect Master, that person just now was the Xianyuan clan's Xianyuan Qi. She's the eldest young miss of the Xianyuan clan. The Xianyuan clan. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. Where is the Xianyuan clan? The disciple hesitated for a moment before he said, Xianyuan world. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. I'll get someone to take over the Immortal Sword sect. Those who don't want to stay can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd vanished. His destination, Xianyuan world. P.S. Many people agreed with my request for leave yesterday. Silence represented agreement, and many people didn't speak, which meant that they agreed. That's how I understand it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Chapter 701. The members of the Immortal Sword sect glanced at each other with complicated expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Their mortal enemy had actually become their sect master. What should we do now? Meanwhile, a young swordsman suddenly asked. What should we do? All the other swordsmen fell silent. What else could they do? After all, Yi Xian was the sect master that their founding ancestor had personally appointed. If they didn't respect Yi Xian, then it would be equivalent to betraying their founding ancestor. Suddenly, the #1 expert in the Immortal Sword sect's younger generation, Eugene Zhao, stepped forward. He glanced at them and said, "Everyone, did all of you notice the founding ancestors' attitude towards Sect Master Yi?" Attitude. All of them fell silent when they heard this. Their founding ancestors' attitude towards Yi Xian really had been quite unusual. It was like how a senior treated a junior. Eugene Zhao continued, "If I'm not wrong, then the founding ancestor probably has some sort of relationship with Yi Xian. Or perhaps, the founding ancestor knows the person behind Yi Xian." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at all of them and continued, "The founding ancestor's wisdom is definitely above all of us, so she definitely has her reasons for making such a decision. Besides that, did all of you notice how my Immortal Sword sect cooperated with the Xianyuan clan, yet how did the Xianyuan clan treat my Immortal Sword sect?" The Xianyuan clan. The expressions of all the swordsmen instantly turned gloomy when they heard this. They weren't idiots, so they naturally knew who the culprit was. The Xianyuan clan was using the Immortal Sword sect. Eugene Zhao continued, "One last thing that all of you have to understand is that the founding ancestor would never harm my Immortal Sword sect. On the contrary, she might have made such a decision to protect my Immortal Sword sect." All of them gazed at Eugene Zhao, and then an old swordsman asked in a low voice, "Jin Zhao, are you saying that the founding ancestor made Yi Xian the sect master of my Immortal Sword sect because she wanted to protect my Immortal Sword sect?" Eugene Zhao nodded. Back then, the ancestral master had already stepped into the unknown realm. There were very few people in the world who could make her feel fear. The reason why she made Yi Xian the sect master of our Immortal Sword sect is definitely not just because she has some relationship with Yi Xian, but because she knows the person behind Yi Xian. That person's strength is something that even the martial ancestor is wary of. The expressions of everyone here instantly changed when they heard this. Someone who could strike fear into the hearts of an unknown realm expert. At this moment, Eugene Zhao added, "No matter what, we have no other choice now." Sect Master Yi was appointed by the ancestral master. If we don't accept it, it will be the same as betraying the ancestral master. Of course, as Sect Master Yi said, everyone has their own ambitions. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time. Everyone was silent. No one moved. Yi Xian was appointed by the patriarch. Denying Yi Xian was equivalent to denying Sword Emperor Tingyun, and denying Sword Emperor Tingyun was a great disrespect. Eugene Zhao continued, "Everyone, this time, our Immortal Sword sect has suffered heavy losses. The biggest reason is the Xianyuan family. They took away Sect Master Ye's younger sister and framed our Immortal Sword sect. Then, they forced the Sword sect master to summon the ancestral master." At this point, he looked at the crowd. "Right now, my Immortal Sword sect needs someone who isn't afraid of the Xianyuan clan. Otherwise, I'm afraid my Immortal Sword sect will be completely devoured by the Xianyuan clan, or devoured by another power." An old man next to Eugene Zhao nodded. The Xianyuan family has evil intentions. However, this Yi Xian, he killed the sword sect master. Eugene Zhao looked at the old man, "Do you still not understand? We are not important to him. If there is a need, he doesn't mind killing us as well." Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. At this moment, they suddenly realized that this sect leader Yi didn't particularly need these people. In the clouds, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. At this moment, a powerful sword intent was being emitted from his body. Previously in the Immortal Sword sect, Sword Emperor Tingyun had given him a strand of sword intent. This strand of sword intent was currently in his body. Yi Xian closed his eyes. His right hand gripped the executing heaven sword tightly as a red glow gradually appeared on his body. His bloodline started to boil again. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! In his eyes, two beams of sword light shot out like lightning. Wherever the sword light passed, the space would be torn apart. At the same time, two strands of sword intent suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. One of them was black and the other was white. They spiraled around Yi Xian like two swords. Good and evil sword intent. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly extended his hand and clenched. The two strands of sword intent suddenly condensed into two swords. The evil good sword. Yi Xian took a deep breath. The two swords before him shook violently, and then they transformed into two rays of sword light that shot into the sky. Extraordinary sword god. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. In the next moment, he vanished. Xianyuan world. The Xianyuan clan and the Wu clan were the two strongest clans in the Xuanhuan world. They had a long history, but their true strength had always been a mystery. Because there hadn't been a war in the Xuanhuan world for too long, the powers in the Xuanhuan world had always been expanding, or rather, plundering. On the other hand, there were very few wars in the Xuanhuan world itself. Therefore, only the Xianyuan clan and the Wu clan knew the true strength of the two clans. Within the Xianyuan world, Xianyuan Qi sat cross-legged in midair amidst the clouds. A black-clothed old man stood by her side. The old man was expressionless and had a rather gloomy expression. After a long time, Xianyuan Qi opened her eyes. At this moment, her face was as pale as a piece of paper. Xianyuan Qi said solemnly, "Why?" Till now, she still didn't understand how everything that she had planned out had turned out to be like this. To let the celestial sword sect ancestor appear and restrict the woman. In the end, she would appear to kill Yi Xian. That way, the losses of the Xianyuan family could be minimized. That was because if the Xianyuan family went up against the woman, even if they won, they would suffer heavy losses. But if the celestial sword sect ancestor restricted the woman, then the losses of the Xianyuan family could be minimized. That was because just one Yi Xian wasn't enough to shake the Xianyuan family. However, what she didn't expect was that after Sword Emperor Tingyun appeared, not only did he not attack Yi Xian, but he even helped Yi Xian improve. What she didn't expect was that he even attacked her and killed 20 Xianyuan family and realm experts. 20 End realm experts. These were all carefully nurtured by the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Qi's face was dark and sunken. She had never felt so frustrated in her life. She had called an enemy out. At this moment, the black-shirt old man suddenly said, "This Sword Emperor Tingyun seems to know Yi Xian, know Yi Xian." Xianyuan Qi said solemnly, "How is that possible? This Sword Emperor Tingyun and Yi Xian are so many years apart, so how would she know Yi Xian?" The black-shirt old man shook his head, "I don't know. However, she definitely knows Yi Xian, or rather, she knows the person behind Yi Xian." Woman in a plain dress. Xianyuan Qi frowned, "Where did she come from?" The black-shirt old man said, "I don't know." Xianyuan Qi looked at the old man, "Even my Xianyuan family can't find out her background?" The black-clothed old man nodded. "We've already used all of our resources, but we still can't find out her origins. What we know now is that the treasure in this person's possession should have been given by her. As for why she gave that treasure to Yi Xian, we don't know." Xianyuan Qi said solemnly, "What about her strength?" The black-shirt old man was silent for a moment before he said, "At least Dengfeng. Maybe even half-step unknown. At least Dengfeng. Half-step unknown." Xianyuan Qi was silent for a long time before she asked, "Could she be in the unknown realm?" The black-shirt old man shook his head, "Based on the strength she has shown so far, she shouldn't be in the unknown realm." Xianyuan Qi shook her head, "I thought we could use Sword Emperor Tingyun to restrain the woman and find out her true strength at the same time. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." As she spoke up to hear, she suddenly opened her palm, and a bright light flashed in her palm. The black-shirt old man asked, "What is it?" Xianyuan Qi said solemnly, "Yi Xian is the immortal sword sect master." The black-shirt old man frowned, "It was Sword Emperor Tingyun?" Xianyuan Qi nodded. He allowed Yi Xian to become the immortal sword sect master before he vanished. When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at the black-shirt old man. Yi Xian is rushing towards our Xianyuan world. The black-shirt old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Has he gone mad? Xianyuan Qi said solemnly, don't be careless. The black-shirt old man was about to speak when a sword howl suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. Both of them looked towards the horizon at the same time, and there was a patch of blood red at the end of the horizon. It's here. Xianyuan Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. He's really gone mad. When the sword howl resounded throughout the entire Xianyuan world, the entire world was shocked. An enemy has come? Yi Xian stood silently in midair while the celestial sword was in his hand. At this moment, boundless energy of the earth was converging towards him like tidewater. Moreover, the space around him had started to gradually tremble. The energy of the earth and the energy of space. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian, and he was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly vanished. The middle-aged man's eyes opened wide. Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen, but numerous sword marks were appearing incessantly on the middle-aged man's body. In less than a breath of time, the middle-aged man had been sliced into countless pieces. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had returned to where he stood before this dream sword. When the middle-aged man recovered from his shock, he was already dead. Instant kill. Yi Xian raised his head and gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, numerous powerful auras surrounded him from all directions. A black-shirt old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian, and it was the black-shirt old man who'd stood by Xianyuan Qi's side earlier. The black-shirt old man glanced at the middle-aged man's corpse, and then he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, this isn't the immortal sword sect. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the black-shirt old man. My sister was captured by you? The black-shirt old man smiled, indeed. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Why, do you want to annihilate my Xianyuan family? Yi Xian fell silent. The black-shirt old man smiled. My Xianyuan family has existed for nearly 80,000 years. Since ancient times, countless sects and forces have been annihilated, but my Xianyuan family still exists. Not to mention you, Yi Xian, even if the woman behind you came out, so what? So what? Chapter 702. Confidence. The black-clothed old man was naturally confident. The Xianyuan clan had experienced too many things since its founding. In the history of the Xianyuan clan, there had been 3 unknown realm experts. Not only that, the first patriarch of the Xianyuan clan had been the strongest expert of the Xianyuan Great World and the first person to break into the 5th dimension. Even the black-clothed old man himself did not fully understand the Xianyuan clan's heritage. He only knew that even if the Xianyuan clan was not the strongest in the Xianyuan Great World, no one would dare to bully them. This was because the Xianyuan clan had once clashed with an unknown realm expert of the Xianyuan Great World, but the Xianyuan clan still existed. Moreover, there had been no unknown realm expert in the Xianyuan clan at that time. The Xianyuan clan did not look down on the plain-dressed woman, but they were not afraid either. Otherwise, they would not have targeted Yi Xian. Moreover, the Xianyuan clan was not the only one targeting Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the plain-dressed woman had many enemies. The Xianyuan clan was just one of them. Yi Xian stood quietly in front of the black-clothed old man, saying nothing. The black-clothed old man smiled. Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Qi. A ray of sword light pierced the black-clothed old man's throat. The black-clothed old man's voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. How can, instant kill? At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer there. Immeasurable sword. Facing the black-clothed old man, Yi Xian decisively used Immeasurable Sword. Only the Immeasurable Sword and the prison pagoda could kill the black-clothed old man at the fastest speed. After using the Immeasurable Sword, Yi Xian immediately escaped into emptiness. When the experts of the Xianyuan clan arrived, Yi Xian was no longer there. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the black-clothed old man. The middle-aged man wore a brocade robe and held a black pearl in his hand. The pearl was crystal clear and constantly overflowed with black light. This person was the number 2 figure of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Shao. He was the younger brother of the Xianyuan clan's patriarch. Xianyuan Shao looked at the elder. The elder's body became more and more illusory as he stared at Xianyuan Shao. Don't underestimate. Before he could finish speaking, he had already completely disappeared. Xianyuan Shao fell silent for a moment, and then he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, his divine sense enveloped the entire Xianyuan world like an enormous net. Even a tiny ant thousands of miles away couldn't escape his divine sense. However, he did not find Yi Xian. It was as if Yi Xian had completely disappeared. Xianyuan Shao frowned. How is that possible? He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, he vanished. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a very strange space. He was still in the four-dimensional universe, but at the same time, it felt like he was not in the four-dimensional universe. This feeling was indescribable. Emptiness. After using the Immeasurable Sword, he immediately chose to escape into emptiness, because this time, he was going to face the entire Xianyuan clan. Moreover, even though he wouldn't suffer any backlash from using the Immeasurable Sword, the sword would absorb all the spiritual energy in his body. Moreover, his body would become fatigued as well. According to his estimations, after he used the Immeasurable Sword once, he would need at least 4 hours before he could use it again. 4 hours was enough. Yi Xian took out a crystal. The crystal in his hand was called a raw crystal. He had obtained it from the Northern Region King, and it was several grades higher than a divine crystal. Yi Xian began to absorb the raw crystal. As soon as the raw crystal entered his stomach, a wave of pure energy immediately spread out from his body. Just like that, about 4 hours later, Yi Xian disappeared. At this moment, the Xianyuan clan was on high alert, because Yi Xian had disappeared. The Xianyuan clan was quite afraid of Yi Xian, because Yi Xian had killed an expert half a step into the Ascended Seal realm. That was an instant kill. Moreover, he had disappeared immediately after killing him, so even the Xianyuan clan could not trace his whereabouts. If Yi Xian had come openly, the Xianyuan clan would not have been afraid, but the problem was that Yi Xian had come secretly. Countless divine senses swept across the entire Xianyuan realm. In a large hall, Xianyuan Qi knelt in front of a statue of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked forward, and there was a sword without a scabbard on his waist. The sword was golden, with the sun, moon, and stars carved on one side, and mountains, rivers, and plants carved on the other. On one side of the hilt, there were martial arts and magic skills, and on the other side, there was a strategy to unify the world. Divine Sword. This sword was the number 1 sword in the black-yellow Great World. Xianyuan Qi knelt in front of the statue, silent. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Xianyuan Qi, and the old man said softly, "Get up." Xianyuan Qi shook her head, "It's my fault." The old man said, "You're at fault, but it's not all your fault. No one thought that Sword Emperor Tingyun would help Yi Xian." Xianyuan Qi was silent. The old man said, "Failure is not scary. What is scary is being discouraged and unable to recover after failure." With that, he turned and disappeared. In the hall, Xianyuan Qi was silent for a long time. After a long time, she suddenly said, "Come out." As soon as she spoke, Yi Xian appeared behind her. The moment Yi Xian appeared, countless experts of the Xianyuan clan suddenly appeared outside the hall. Xianyuan Shao was at the entrance of the hall. Xianyuan Shao looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian looked at Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi smiled, "Are you curious why I knew you would appear here?" Because. At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced the back of her neck. The sword penetrated half an inch, and blood gushed out. In an instant, Xianyuan Qi's back was dyed red with blood. Seeing this, the experts of the Xianyuan clan paled. They were about to attack, but Xianyuan Shao stopped them. Because Xianyuan Qi was his daughter. Xianyuan Shao looked at Yi Xian, men's affairs should be settled by men. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and roared, "Then your Xianyuan clan kidnapped my sister?" Huh? Xianyuan Shao glanced at Yi Xian, and then at Xianyuan Qi, "Release his sister." Yi Xian looked at Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi remained silent. Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and slashed down. Qi. Xianyuan Qi's entire right arm was cut off. In the distance, Xianyuan Shao narrowed his eyes, killing intent in them. Xianyuan Qi turned to look at Yi Xian. Although she lost an arm, she didn't even frown. Xianyuan Qi looked at Yi Xian, "Your sister isn't in my hands." Yi Xian suddenly grinned, "Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Huh? Xianyuan Qi was expressionless, "She really isn't in my hands." Yi Xian suddenly slashed down. Qi. Xianyuan Qi's other arm flew off, blood gushing out like a fountain. Not far away, Xianyuan Shao was about to attack, but at this time, Yi Xian pressed his sword against Xianyuan Qi's forehead. Xianyuan Shao immediately stopped, staring at Yi Xian, "Don't touch her." Yi Xian ignored Xianyuan Shao, looking at Xianyuan Qi, "I want to see my sister." Xianyuan Qi looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything. At this moment, Xianyuan Shao suddenly said, "If she says she isn't in her hands, then she isn't." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, a smile that was really terrifying. At this moment, Yi Xian was emitting a strange red light, and within this red light was endless hostility and killing intent. Seeing Yi Xian become more and more abnormal, Xianyuan Shao said in a low voice, "I'll find her for you." Yi Xian looked at Xianyuan Shao, and the latter looked at Xianyuan Qi, "Where is she?" Xianyuan Qi was silent for a moment, then said, "When I came back, the girl was taken away." Taken away? Xianyuan Shao frowned, "Who?" Xianyuan Qi shook her head, "I don't know." Xianyuan Shao said in a low voice, "Tell me the truth." Xianyuan Qi shook her head, "I really don't know. The person is at least in the Ascended Feng realm." Ascended Feng realm. Xianyuan Shao narrowed his eyes. Even in the black-yellow great world, this kind of expert was a top-notch expert. Xianyuan Shao was silent. At this moment, he naturally knew that the Xianyuan family had been tricked. Xianyuan Shao looked at Yi Xian, "Someone is using you to go against my Xianyuan family." Right at this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently. Yi Xian looked at Xianyuan Qi, and his savage features were all twisted. "You're telling me that she's not here now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly wrapped his left hand around Xianyuan Qi's neck, and the executing heaven sword in his right hand stabbed into Xianyuan Qi's stomach. This sword stabbed straight through Xianyuan Qi's stomach. Pooh! Xianyuan Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. Nearby, Xianyuan Shao still hadn't acted. Because this attack from Yi Xian wasn't enough to make Xianyuan Qi disappear completely. Only by destroying Xianyuan Qi's soul would she be truly dead. Yi Xian looked at Xianyuan Qi. "I won't kill you. Just watch." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned to look at Xianyuan Shao. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly, and the pearl in his hand gradually trembled. Yi Xian's right hand suddenly disappeared. Xianyuan Zhao's pupils constricted. At this moment, he sensed the aura of death. At this moment, he understood why the old man in black had been killed in an instant. This attack was too terrifying. Xianyuan Zhao suddenly stretched out his right hand, and the black pearl in his hand transformed into a ray of black light that engulfed Yi Xian's sword light. But in the next moment, the ray of black light was shattered, and so was the black pearl. The moment the black pearl shattered, Xianyuan Zhao suddenly pressed his hands together, and a monstrous aura swept out from his body. In practically an instant, the entire hall was reduced to powder. Sword arrival. Xianyuan Zhao's hands immediately closed around Yi Xian's sword. But in the next moment, bang! Xianyuan Zhao's physical body exploded. Not only that, but his soul was also sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. Everyone present was dumbstruck, instantly killing Xianyuan Zhao with a single attack. In the distance, Xianyuan Zhao glanced at himself. At this moment, his body was visibly fading away. Xianyuan Zhao was stunned, and then he looked at Yi Xian. What sword technique was that? Yi Xian turned around and pointed his sword at Xianyuan Qi. Watch carefully. I'm going to wipe out your Xianyuan family. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot. Bang! A ray of blood-red light instantly shot into the sky from within him, and in an instant, the sky was completely blood-red. The power of bloodline. Chapter 703. Bloodline Power. In fact, neither the earth energy nor the space Tao law were as powerful as bloodline power. After the bloodline power was activated, Yi Xian's strength increased tremendously. Moreover, the more he fought, the stronger he became, especially after he absorbed the blood energy in the surroundings. When they saw Yi Xian kill Xianyuan Zhao with a single strike, the surrounding Xianyuan family experts were filled with fear. That wasn't a victory, it was an instant kill. Killing Xianyuan Zhao with a single strike. Only those who had reached the ascending Feng stage could do that. Yi Xian already had the combat strength of a Feng Deng expert. Xianyuan Qi, who was behind Yi Xian, was stunned when she saw Xianyuan Zhao being killed. He was killed. Her father, who was only half a step away from the Feng Deng realm, was killed by Yi Xian. Xianyuan Qi's mind went blank. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward. Swish! Everywhere Yi Xian passed, a blood-red sword light was left behind. In the blink of an eye, the head of a Xianyuan family expert who was tens of meters to the right of Yi Xian flew into the air. At the instant the head was sent flying, a sword suddenly pierced through an old man from the Xianyuan family not too far away from it. Swish! Swish! In less than a few breaths of time, 5 or 6 people had been killed. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly flashed. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated hundreds of meters. A man in golden armor stood where Yi Xian had been standing, and he held a spear in his hand. At this moment, the spear was broken. In addition to the golden-armored man, 6 other experts who were also wearing golden armor had appeared around Yi Xian. 7 people. Yi Xian smiled savagely, and in the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Across from Yi Xian, the golden-armored man suddenly roared, "Break!" As soon as they finished speaking, the 7 of them attacked simultaneously. 7 rays of golden light instantly engulfed Yi Xian. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying again, and this time, he was sent flying a full 3 kilometers back. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, a golden spear suddenly pierced through the air towards him. Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Bang! The golden spear exploded in an instant, but Yi Xian himself retreated nearly 100 zhang away. But before he could stop, another golden spear pierced through the air. Yi Xian wielded the executing heaven sword with both hands and slashed forward. Boom! The golden spear was instantly split into two by the executing heaven sword, but in the next moment, one of the golden spears suddenly pierced the body of the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand. At the same time, the other spear pierced Yi Xian's abdomen. Bang! The executing heaven sword shook violently, and Yi Xian retreated again. As soon as he stopped, a golden armored man suddenly appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a spear suddenly pierced his chest. This spear was as fast as lightning. However, Yi Xian did not dodge, and allowed the spear to pierce his chest. However, almost at the same time, Yi Xian's sword cut the spear in half, and at the same time, he stabbed forward. Chi! In an instant, the executing heaven sword pierced through the golden armored man's abdomen. At this moment, several spears instantly engulfed Yi Xian. Boom! In the air, Yi Xian retreated again and again. In front of him, 6 golden armored men surrounded him like a storm. The 6 of them cooperated well, and did not give Yi Xian any chance to counterattack. At this moment, Yi Xian was directly suppressed. However, many of the Xianyuan family's experts still had grave expressions on their faces. Qingcheng, Yi family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestor, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be removed, and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look at the voice, and they saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the corners of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a family matter, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder directly. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to remove him from his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi family rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the family, but the family is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What is your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the Crown Prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You are very good. After I become the Crown Prince, I will need 10 guards, and you will be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I will go through fire and water for the Crown Prince, and I will do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly saw something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed, and he hurriedly looked at Yi Lang. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and said, "Your man." As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face was instantly bloodied, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, who was crying for help. He walked up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you remove him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the great elder. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then do it 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard laughed coldly, young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince position, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, subordinate Zhangmu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhangmu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand? Zhangmu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhangmu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhangmu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhangmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhangmu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhangmu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhangmu's chest. Pooh! Zhangmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhangmu's face. Zhangmu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhangmu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhangmu, and kicked Zhangmu's head. Pang! Chapter 704. World Prison Tower. At the moment this tiny pagoda appeared, a shapeless pressure instantly appeared here, and this pressure was so strong that it caused the expressions of everyone in the surroundings to change, including the two powerhouses in the ascending seal realm in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Xianyuan Qi suddenly raged, "Kill him!" At this moment, she panicked a little. That was because she sensed the aura of death. The moment Xianyuan Qi's words landed, the two half-a-step peak realm experts disappeared and were about to attack. At this moment, Yi Xian hollered in rage, "Imprison!" The moment he said this, two red words, "Imprison," appeared above the heads of the two old men in front of Yi Xian. The moment these two words appeared, the two old men stopped on the spot and couldn't move at all. At the same time, the 6 golden armored guards behind the two old men were also locked on the spot. The 8 of them were shocked. The two old men in the lead used all the Xian Qi in their bodies, but they still couldn't move at all. Just at this moment, Yi Xian hollered in rage once more, "Retract." The moment he said this, the 8 of them disappeared. Pretty much at the same time, Yi Xian's face turned ashen white, abnormally white. Not far away, Xianyuan Qi was stunned. Gone. 2 half-a-step peak realm and 6 peak end realm experts were gone just like that. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly looked towards Yu. "Let's go." In the sky, Yu, who was fighting with the two Xianyuan family experts, suddenly stopped. In the next moment, she directly returned to the World Prison Tower. Yi Xian turned around and disappeared. The faces of the Xianyuan family experts were ashen white. Gone. Yi Xian just insta-killed 2 half-a-step peak realm and 6 peak end realm experts. Not far away, Xianyuan Qi's face was ashen white. She didn't expect that Yi Xian could actually kill 2 half-a-step peak realm and 6 end realm experts alone. Those were the top experts of the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Qi's heart was dripping blood. Of course, most of it was fear. This time, she was truly terrified. To instantly reach Seal Realm and 6 End Realms, only a true Seal Realm expert could do that. In other words, the current Yi Xian, after using the pagoda, already had the strength of a Feng Meng stage expert. Playing with fire is asking for trouble. This time, she really played with fire and burned herself. News of what Yi Xian had done in the Xianyuan family quickly spread throughout the Black-Yellow Great World. At this moment, the entire Xianhuang Great World was shocked. Xianhuang World, within the Xianhuang Palace. The Lord of Mysterious Yellow stood at the entrance of the Mysterious Yellow Palace, holding a secret scroll in her hand. After a long while, the Mysterious Yellow Master said softly, "I never expected Yi Xian's strength to reach such a level." Beside the Master of Black Yellow, an elder said in a deep voice, "The Xianyuan family has suffered heavy losses this time." The Master of Black Yellow looked up at the sky and said softly, "It's still far from enough." With that said, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "It's just the beginning." Within the prison tower, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was a pile of essence crystals. Apart from essence crystals, he also swallowed a few healing pills. At this moment, his body was recovering at a really quick rate. In front of him, there were 8 corpses. 2 half-a-step Feng Meng and 6 peak end realms. After entering the prison tower, the 8 of them were killed right away. However, he paid a price, which was that Xiao Ta was in deep sleep. In a short period of time, he wouldn't be able to activate the prison tower. In front of Yi Xian were Yanjia and Ahu. Ahu looked at Yi Xian and said solemnly, "This matter isn't over yet." Yanjia nodded, "This is probably just the beginning." Ahu sighed, "This fellow cares too much about his sister." Yanjia looked at Ahu, "What plan do you have?" Ahu shook his head, "No one can persuade him." Yanjia kept silent. Could anyone stop Yi Xian, who had gone mad? Yes. Yi Ling. However, Yi Ling was taken away. Just at that moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He looked at the 8 corpses on the ground and waved his right hand. A large pile of materials appeared in front of him. Refined demon corpses. He knew how to refine them. The reason why he let the demon lord refine them was because the demon lord was stronger than him. Now that the demon lord was asleep, he could only do it himself. Aho looked at Yi Xian and then said, "Xianyuan family is stronger than you think." Yi Xian kept silent. Aho said, "Fighting head-on isn't the best plan." Yi Xian kept silent. Aho looked at Yanjia and Yanjia shook his head. It was useless to say anything now. Aho sighed. As long as it involved Yiling, Yi Xian would become a different person. Around 6 hours later, Yi Xian was about to leave the pagoda when Xiaoling suddenly appeared in front of him. "Do you want to fight?" Yi Xian rubbed Xiaoling's head. "Be good." As soon as he finished speaking, he left the pagoda. There were 8 devil corpses standing at the entrance to the first level. They weren't as strong as the corpses themselves, but they weren't weak either. They possessed at least 80% of the corpses' strength. Moreover, the bodies of these corpses had been greatly strengthened after being refined using a secret technique of the devil race. So, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Within the pagoda, Xiaoling fell silent as she watched Yi Xian leave. After a long time, she suddenly clenched her fists and grunted, "How dare you bully my people?" Yu and Yanjia were speechless. Xiaoling suddenly turned around and left. It didn't take long for her to arrive before a spirit tree. There were 2 boxes beneath the spirit tree. Xiaoling squatted before the boxes and muttered, Fight. Oh. Black is this box. What is it? Is it powerful? Okay. On the first level, Yanjia looked at the top of the tower and said softly, "What is that little girl underestimating?" Ahu shook her head, "That little girl has a backer as well." Yanjia looked at Ahu, and the latter said solemnly, "And she's very powerful." Even now, she still remembered the white little fellow that had come out. That little fellow's combat strength wasn't very high, but all the spirits in the world feared her. Moreover, she could control spirit energy, which was the most lethal aspect. Spirit energy was the foundation of a martial artist, and that little fellow controlled it. Most importantly, that little fellow was on the same side as the green-clothed man, the green-clothed man. Ahu shook her head and collected her thoughts. She looked at Yanjia, "I'll go and understand this world." Yanjia looked at Ahu, and Ahu said softly, "This is the strongest world in the 4-dimensional world. It's not simple. That fellow is no longer normal. He doesn't care if it's dangerous or not. I'll go and understand." After saying that, she disappeared. Xianyuan World. At this moment, Xianyuan World was on guard like never before. After Yi Xian left, the Xianyuan family immediately called back the experts of the Xianyuan family who were outside. In Xianyuan World, a huge light screen suddenly appeared in the sky. This light screen enveloped the entire Xianyuan World, and there were all sorts of golden talismans on this light screen. Inside Xianyuan Palace. At this moment, many experts of the Xianyuan family had gathered in the palace. The leader was a supreme elder of the Xianyuan family. His name was Xianyuan Feng, and he was a famous super expert in the past. Xianyuan Feng was thin, and his face was yellowish. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Not far from the supreme elder was Xianyuan Qi. At this moment, Xianyuan Qi's arms had recovered. At this moment, an old man suddenly said, "We should severely punish Xianyuan Qi for this matter." As he said that, he looked at Xianyuan Qi. If she hadn't made a mistake, how could our Xianyuan family have lost so many experts? Not only that, but we also lost Yi Xian's younger sister, so we can't suppress Yi Xian. And now, Yi Xian is targeting our Xianyuan family like a madman. We are fighting with Yi Xian, but we are constantly being exhausted by Yi Xian. Who benefits? Is it our Xianyuan family? Xianyuan Qi was silent. The old man said again, until now, we still don't know who is behind all this. Now that our Xianyuan family has suffered heavy losses and is in such a situation, Xianyuan Qi can't absolve herself from the blame. Xianyuan Feng suddenly looked at the old man who spoke. Now, what we should care about is not who is at fault, but how to deal with Yi Xian. As he said that, he glanced at the crowd. Since our ancestors established the Xianyuan family, we have never been humiliated like this. Now, the whole black-yellow great world is looking at us as a joke. If we don't avenge this humiliation, we will never be able to raise our heads in the black-yellow great world. In front of Xianyuan Feng, the old man said in a low voice, "We have been used." Xianyuan Feng said coldly, "That's not the point. The point is that the treasure is still in Yi Xian's hands. The point is that Yi Xian has killed more than 10 people of our Xianyuan family. The point is that Yi Xian has brought shame to our Xianyuan family." As he said that, he looked at Xianyuan Qi. "Pass down my order. Find Yi Xian at all costs. If we can't find him, our Xianyuan family will go to the northern region." The old man would like to see whether Yi Xian will come out or not. As he said that, he suddenly looked at the door of Xianyuan Palace. Almost at the same time, everyone turned around and looked at the door of the hall. A man was standing there. Yi Xian. When they saw Yi Xian, everyone was stunned. Did Yi Xian come by himself? Seeing Yi Xian, Xianyuan Feng narrowed his eyes and slowly clenched his right hand. Yi Xian looked at Xianyuan Feng. "Are you looking for me?" Xianyuan Feng was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Qi. A wisp of sword light flashed in the field. Immeasurable sword. When they saw this sword technique again, everyone's expression changed greatly. This sword technique had killed Xianyuan Shao in a split second. Xianyuan Feng's expression changed at this moment, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't dare to think any further and suddenly charged forward. A powerful wave of fire appeared in the hall, and in an instant, the entire hall was turned into ashes. Sword arrived. Qi. A tearing sound resounded in the field. After a breath, the field returned to normal. Yi Xian was already standing behind Xianyuan Feng. At this moment, blood was flowing from between Xianyuan Feng's eyebrows. Another instant kill. All the experts of the Xianyuan family were shocked and retreated rapidly. Xianyuan Qi stood where she was. She looked at Yi Xian without moving. Yi Xian walked in front of Xianyuan Qi. He suddenly held the back of Xianyuan Qi's neck with his left hand and stabbed forward with his sword with his right hand. Chapter 705. Qi. Yi Xian's sword pierced through Xianyuan Qi's abdomen. Xianyuan Qi looked at Yi Xian, her beautiful face expressionless. Yi Xian grinned. "I won't kill you. I want you to watch. I want the Xianyuan family to die. Is that so?" At this moment, a voice came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing not far from him. The middle-aged man wore a white robe with cloud-patterned sleeves and a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He walked over slowly from afar with a hint of elegance in his composure. The Xianyuan family's experts bowed respectfully when they saw the middle-aged man. Xianyuan Wu. Xianyuan Wu wasn't the Xianyuan family's leader, but he was a martial master of the Xianyuan family. Martial master. This was a sacred profession in the Xianyuan family. Any disciple of the Xianyuan family would be sent to the martial hall to learn martial arts. The leader of the martial hall was Xianyuan Wu. It could be said that Xianyuan Wu was the master of everyone in the Xianyuan family. What was worth mentioning was that Xianyuan Wu was a Feng Ascension expert. a true Feng Ascension expert. Xianyuan Wu sized up Yi Xian and said softly, "You're pretty good at sword Dao. With the help of external objects, your combat strength is extraordinary." Yi Xian chuckled. "You're finally out of the Feng Ascension?" Xianyuan Wu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Most of us are outside, including the clan leader. If it wasn't for the incident in the family, I don't know how long it would take for me to return." He glanced at Xianyuan Qi. "Men should solve their problems in a man's way. What do you think?" Yi Xian grinned. "The Xianyuan family's way of talking to me about men? Huh." He suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Qi. Xianyuan Qi's entire right arm was sent flying. Xianyuan Wu was expressionless. Yi Xian's smile gradually became savage. "I want to ask you something. That treasure is in my possession, so your Xianyuan clan can act against me. Why did you act against my younger sister? And now, you're talking to me about using a man's way? Are you a man of the Xianyuan family?" Xianyuan Wu looked at Xianyuan Qi, who said in a low voice, "That little girl is no longer in my hands." Xianyuan Wu asked, "Who has it?" Xianyuan Qi said, "I don't know, I only know that he is at ascended Feng state." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian and said, "You should look for that person." Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. "Pa!" Xianyuan Qi's entire right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. Nearby, Xianyuan Wu frowned slightly. "This is too much." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, an illusory Xiao Ta suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's brows. Prison Pagoda. All the experts of the Xianyuan clan were astounded when they saw this illusory Xiao Ta, and they retreated explosively in succession. Xianyuan Wu's expression changed slightly. He sensed a dangerous aura. Yi Xian ignored Xianyuan Wu and looked at Xianyuan Qi in front of him. "If I were you, I'd kill myself because it'll be a more comfortable death." Xianyuan Qi looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "Look at how many people of the Xianyuan family died because of your actions. However, I can tell you responsibly that this is only the beginning. As long as I, Yi Xian, am alive, I'll continue killing." Xianyuan Qi looked at Yi Xian. "What's the point of fighting to the death with the Xianyuan family here?" Yi Xian suddenly roared angrily, "The crazier I kill, the safer my sister will be. Do you know that?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly kicked Xianyuan Qi's abdomen with his knee. Bang! Xianyuan Qi was sent flying and eventually landed heavily on the ground. Pfft! As soon as she landed, Xianyuan Qi spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Not only that, but her insides had already been ruptured by Yi Xian. Xianyuan Qi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the crazed Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, she suddenly recalled Jiang Jiu's words in the northern region. "You can touch him, but don't touch his sister. This guy will really go crazy." If the Xianyuan family had Yi Ling, they would definitely be able to threaten Yi Xian. However, the problem was that the Xianyuan family didn't have Yi Ling. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She had schemed against people all her life, and this time, she was schemed against. Apart from his own anger, the reason why Yi Xian targeted the Xianyuan family was because he wanted to protect his sister. What was the purpose of the mastermind taking Yi Ling away? Naturally, they hoped that Yi Xian would target the Xianyuan family. The more Yi Xian targeted the Xianyuan family, the more valuable Yi Ling would be. The more valuable Yi Ling was, the higher her chances of survival would be. If Yi Xian stopped targeting the Xianyuan family, Yi Ling would most likely be dealt with in secret because the mastermind might be afraid of bringing trouble upon himself. As long as he kept targeting the Xianyuan family, the mastermind would feel that Yi Ling was valuable and wouldn't kill her. Of course, there was another reason. Yi Xian really hated the Xianyuan family. Yi Xian turned to look at Xianyuan Wu. The illusory Xiao Ta between his brows was particularly eye-catching. Yi Xian said, "Do you want to test the power of this tower?" Xianyuan Wu smiled. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Xian said softly, "I believe the Xianyuan family will suffer a great loss if I kill you, right?" Xianyuan Wu narrowed his eyes. "You're very confident." Yi Xian walked toward Xianyuan Wu. The latter narrowed his eyes and clenched his right fist. The Xianyuan family's powerhouses retreated one after another. At this moment, the illusory Xiao Ta suddenly appeared above Yi Xian's head, and an invisible pressure appeared in the surroundings. Xianyuan Wu's eyes were filled with caution. With regards to this fifth-dimensional treasure, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Not long ago, Yi Xian had used this tower to kill 8 powerhouses from the Xianyuan family. 2 of them were half a step into the sealed realm. Even he couldn't kill all 8 of them in an instant. However, Yi Xian did it. Yi Xian looked at Xianyuan Wu. "Do it?" Xianyuan Wu asked, "Why don't you do it?" Yi Xian smiled. "You're in the sealed realm, so you should make the first move." Xianyuan Wu was expressionless. "If I'm not mistaken, you'll suffer a huge backlash if you use this treasure, right?" Yi Xian said calmly, "I've already used it once, but I'm fine now." Xianyuan Wu looked at Yi Xian and clenched his right fist, which contained an extremely powerful force. However, he still didn't dare to make a move. A fifth-dimensional treasure. He naturally knew about this treasure, which came from the fifth dimension, from Dao Yi. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly walked into the distance. Xianyuan Wu narrowed his eyes. When Yi Xian was 30 meters away, he stopped and looked at Xianyuan Wu. "If you're not going to make a move, I'll leave." Xianyuan Wu looked at Yi Xian and was about to make a move when a blood-red prisoner word suddenly appeared above his head. Xianyuan Wu's expression changed drastically, and he was about to make a move when the blood-red prisoner word suddenly disappeared. Xianyuan Wu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed. "Xianyuan family, as long as my sister doesn't show up, I'll slaughter every member of the Xianyuan family until you're all dead." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a sword radiance and disappeared into the horizon. No one dared to stop him. They were all afraid of Yi Xian's tower. Apart from the tower, Yi Xian's sword technique was also very terrifying. Below, Xianyuan Wu frowned and his expression was extremely gloomy. After a long time, Xianyuan Wu suddenly asked, "Have you informed the clan leader?" Not far away, a Xianyuan family expert said in a deep voice, "Yes." Xianyuan Wu nodded and looked at Xianyuan Qi, who was not far away. Xianyuan Qi was in an extremely sorry state. Xianyuan Qi's expression was gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking. Xianyuan Wu walked up to Xianyuan Qi. "Who do you think took his sister away?" Xianyuan Qi fell silent for a moment before saying, "The Wu clan or the Dao sect?" "The Wu clan." Xianyuan Wu said softly, "The Wu clan has a lot of grudges with our Xianyuan family. It's possible that they, the Dao sect?" Xianyuan Qi said in a deep voice, "According to my investigation, the Dao sect had contact with Yi Xian before, and there seemed to be a conflict between them. This time, if they took Yi Ling away, it might be because of the treasure on Yi Xian." Xianyuan Wu fell silent. Xianyuan Qi continued, "Apart from them, there's another force." Xianyuan Wu looked at Xianyuan Qi, who said in a deep voice, "The Lord of Heaven and Earth." Xianyuan Wu frowned. "Her?" Xianyuan Qi said in a deep voice, "It's only a possibility. The more chaotic the heaven and earth great world is, the more advantageous it is for her. Of course, this is only my guess. After all, the heaven and earth great world isn't that powerful right now. Xianyuan Wu fell silent for a moment before saying, "Get our men to investigate." "No, get Skynet to investigate." Skynet. It was the largest intelligence organization in the heaven and earth great world, and it was as mysterious as the Tao sect. Xianyuan Qi said in a deep voice, "What about Yi Xian?" Xianyuan Wu shook his head. "If we can't find out who took his sister away, he'll fight us to the death. If this goes on, the Xianyuan family will suffer the most. Moreover, it's very likely that he'll target us at a critical moment." Xianyuan Qi said softly, "Master Wu, I'm sorry. It's my mistake that led to this." Xianyuan Wu looked at Xianyuan Qi. "Your mistake will be dealt with by the clan leader in the future." He turned and left after saying that. Xianyuan Qi remained silent. She didn't regret targeting Yi Xian, because she and Yi Xian were enemies to begin with. What she regretted was that she shouldn't have targeted Yi Xian's sister, Yi Ling. Her actions this time had brought about too great of a loss to the Xianyuan family. Moreover, the losses might continue to increase. After a long time, Xianyuan Qi turned and left. What she and the Xianyuan family needed to do now was to find out where Yi Ling was. Otherwise, the Xianyuan family would never have peace. All she wanted now was for Yi Ling to be alive. Otherwise, no matter who killed Yi Ling, Yi Xian would definitely take revenge on the Xianyuan family. Sword Martial School. On this day, a black-robed man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Sword Martial School. The black-robed man waved his right hand and a little girl landed in front of the Sword Martial School's entrance. After putting the little girl down, the man in black turned and disappeared. As soon as the man in black disappeared, a middle-aged man and an old man appeared in front of the little girl. They looked at each other, and the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "This is Yi Xian's sister, Yi Ling." Yi Ling. The old man narrowed his eyes. Someone is trying to frame the Sword Martial School. The middle-aged man didn't say anything. The old man looked at the middle-aged man. "Should we inform Yi Xian?" The middle-aged man smirked. "Inform Yi Xian that his sister is in the hands of the Sword Martial School. Ask him to exchange that treasure and the holy sword of the Sword Martial School for her. P.S. I don't have any. I've been to an event a few days ago and couldn't write, so I didn't save any chapters. I didn't post much today, so please forgive me. If you have a monthly ticket, please give it to me." Chapter 706. When he heard this, the old man said solemnly, "That isn't appropriate." The middle-aged man looked at the old man, "Elder Gu Jing, what isn't appropriate?" The old man called Gu Jing shook his head. "Yi Ling's appearance here obviously means that someone wants to harm our Sword Martial School. Yi Xian used his own strength to cause chaos in the Xianyuan family. Not only that, but the Xianyuan family has lost over 20 peak end realms and 3 half-a-step seal realms. If we use Yi Ling to threaten Yi Xian, then Yi Xian's next target will be our Sword Martial School. Even the Xianyuan family can't do anything to him, so even if we take him down, we will suffer heavy losses." As he spoke, he looked at the middle-aged man. "Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if our Sword Martial sect obtains that supreme treasure, can we really defend it?" The middle-aged man fell silent. Gu Jing continued, "There are many in the Xianhuang Great World who are after Yi Xian's treasure. Once we obtain it, we will definitely become the target of all the other powers." When he said this, he looked at Yi Ling and said softly, "The person who sent her here is so vicious." The middle-aged man suddenly said, "I understand everything Elder Gu Jing said. However, Yi Ling is also an opportunity for our Sword Martial sect, isn't it?" Gu Jing fell silent. The middle-aged man said, "Yi Xian cares too much about his sister. If we use her as a hostage, then he will definitely hand over the treasure." Gu Jing looked at the middle-aged man. "Zhang Qi, have you thought about what to do next?" The middle-aged man called Zhang Qi smiled. Next, we will have to face Yi Xian's revenge and many other powers in the Xianhuang Great World. When he said this, he asked, does Elder Gu Jing want to obtain that treasure without paying any price? Gu Jing fell silent for a moment before he said, actually, our sword martial school shouldn't want it. Zhang Qi asked, then what about our Saint Sword? Saint Sword? Hearing this, Gu Jing's expression changed slightly. The executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand was the sword of the founder of the sword martial school. In other words, it belonged to the sword martial school. Zhang Qi said softly, why is Yi Xian so strong? Because he has the holy sword of my sword martial sect. With that holy sword, ordinary people wouldn't be a match for his sword. And this Yi Xian, will he return the sword to my sword martial school? That was impossible. Furthermore, he killed several people from our sword martial sect and even annihilated our sword martial sect subsidiary force, the Prairie Blaze sect. We've long since become mortal enemies with him. Right now, someone wants to use his younger sister to harm our sword martial school. Why don't we beat him at his own game and use his younger sister to take back the Saint Sword and the treasure? The ancient mirror fell silent for a moment before it said, Sect Master, please decide. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them turned around at the same time and saw a middle-aged man standing not far away from them. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back and a sword hanging from his waist. He was looking at Yi Ling. He was the sect master of the sword martial sect, Li Xinghe. A long time passed before Li Xinghe suddenly said, send the order for Yi Xian to return to my sword martial sect with the Saint Sword and the treasure. Ask him to bury his younger sister's corpse in 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Yi Ling had vanished along with him. The ancient mirror sighed softly. Zhang Qi spoke softly, don't think too much about it. The founding ancestor sent a clone to look for Yi Xian that day, and it was a clear display of her attitude. The ancient mirror frowned slightly, why didn't the founding ancestor kill him? Zhang Qi chuckled, who knows? The ancient mirror shook his head, I keep having the feeling that there's something fishy about this. Why would Yi Xian alarm the founding ancestor's clone? Zhang Qi said, don't think too much about it. The important matter at hand is how to deal with Yi Xian. The ancient mirror fell silent for a moment before he nodded, let's go. The two of them left. Xianyuan World. At this moment, members of the Xianyuan clan were dying incessantly within the Xianyuan world. It was naturally Yi Xian who was killing them. Yi Xian had specifically chosen experts at the God rank realm, and such experts were practically powerless to fight back before him. Every single moment, someone from the Xianyuan clan was dying. However, Yi Xian just refused to show himself. A woman suddenly rushed out of a large hall. This woman was Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi glanced at the surroundings and said, Yi Xian, I've located your younger sister. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xian appeared in front of her. Moreover, a bloody head was held in Yi Xian's right hand. Xianyuan Qi gazed at Yi Xian and said, your younger sister is in the hands of the sword martial school. They want you to go to the sword martial school and exchange the sword in your hand for her. If you don't go in 3 days. Her voice stopped abruptly when she spoke up to hear. Because Yi Xian had vanished. When Xianyuan Qi saw that Yi Xian had disappeared, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This malefic star had finally left. It wasn't that Yi Xian could fight against the entire Xianyuan clan by himself, because with Yi Xian's current strength, he still couldn't fight against Ascended Seal Realm experts. No, in fact, a half-step Ascended Seal Realm expert could kill Yi Xian. But the problem was that Yi Xian had that fifth-dimensional treasure in his hand. With this fifth-dimensional treasure, even Ascended Seal Realm experts wouldn't dare to easily attack him. Especially since Yi Xian was extremely good at concealing himself. At this moment, she realized that Yi Xian wasn't as easy to deal with as she had imagined. Moreover, that woman in the plain dress hadn't appeared yet. If she appeared, along with Yi Xian, just to deal with that woman in the plain dress, the Xianyuan clan would probably have to use up everything they had. Moreover, that woman in the plain dress was at least in the Ascended Seal realm, and she might even be a half-step unknown realm expert. She was too difficult to deal with. However, would the Xianyuan clan give up? That treasure could allow them to enter the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension. The clan leader wouldn't give up, and neither would the real old monsters of the Xianyuan clan. It wasn't over yet. At this moment, Xianyuan Wu appeared next to Xianyuan Qi. He looked in the direction that Yi Xian had left in and asked, "Was it the sword martial school that kidnapped Yi Ling?" Xianyuan Qi said in a low voice, "I don't know, but it could be them." Xianyuan Wu narrowed his eyes. "Our Xianyuan clan has no enmity with them, so why would they want to harm us?" Xianyuan Qi said, "Maybe they want to use us to weaken Yi Xian, or force Yi Xian to use his trump card so that they can deal with it." At this point, she narrowed her eyes. "I finally understand why they didn't do anything after Yi Xian came to the black-yellow great world. They're waiting for someone to make the first move, and then they'll force Yi Xian to use his trump card." At this point, she laughed self-deprecatingly. "I've always thought that my intelligence is unparalleled." Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Xianyuan Wu looked at Xianyuan Qi. "It's not a bad thing to fail once." Xianyuan Qi nodded. "Let's go and have a look at the sword martial school. I want to see how the sword martial school is going to deal with Yi Xian. I also want to see if Yi Xian will really hand over the two supreme treasures for his sister." After saying this, she disappeared on the spot. Xianyuan Wu also disappeared. Apart from the Xianyuan clan, many experts from the black-yellow great world had already rushed to the sword martial world. In the black-yellow palace of the black-yellow world, the black-yellow lord stood at the entrance of the palace. Her lips curled into a smile. "Do you think he'll really hand over the two supreme treasures for his sister?" The old man next to the black-yellow lord shook his head. "The reason why he's so powerful is because of those two supreme treasures. If he hands them over, even a half-step Seal Ascension expert can kill him, let alone a Seal Ascension expert." At this point, he said in a low voice, "Handing over the two supreme treasures is equivalent to courting death." The black-yellow lord smiled. "Then let's wait and see." The old man looked at the black-yellow lord. "Your Majesty, do you think he'll hand them over?" The black-yellow lord smiled. "That's not the point. The point is what's going to happen next." As she spoke, she looked up at the horizon and said softly, "It's getting more and more interesting." The old man looked at the horizon with a hint of worry in his eyes. Sword Martial World. The Sword Martial School could be said to be one of the oldest forces in the black-yellow great world. Rumor had it that the founding ancestor of the Sword Martial School was skilled in both sword and martial arts. He was invincible in the black-yellow great world. He was truly invincible. That era was the era of the Sword Martial School. However, ever since the founding ancestor of the Sword Martial School disappeared, such a figure had never appeared in the Sword Martial School again. Nevertheless, the Sword Martial School had lived up to expectations and had produced two unknown realm experts. Although the current Sword Martial School could not be compared to its peak, no one dared to underestimate them. After all, their foundation was there. Sword Martial World. On this day, a sword chime suddenly resounded in the sky above the Sword Martial School. Along with this sword chime, Yi Xian appeared in the sky above the Sword Martial School. The moment he appeared, the Sword Martial School sect leader, Li Xinghe, appeared in front of him. Behind Li Xinghe was Zhang Qi and Gu Jing. Apart from them, there were dozens of Sword Martial School experts. There were 3 half a step into the seal realm and the rest were end realm experts. One could say that they were the top experts of the sword martial school. Li Xinghe glanced at Yi Xian. Did you bring the item? Yi Xian was expressionless. I want to see her. Li Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. You don't have the right to bargain. Yi Xian turned around and left. Li Xinghe squinted his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, I will give that treasure to the Xianyuan family. Your sword martial school can ask for it from them. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw a little girl lying beside Li Xinghe. It was Yi Ling. Yi Ling's eyes were closed like she was in a deep sleep. Li Xinghe looked at Yi Xian, the item. Yi Xian opened his palm and the prison pagoda appeared in his hand. He looked at Li Xinghe. Hand her to me. Li Xinghe reached out with his right hand. Give her to me first. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Li Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. I will keep my word. Yi Xian pointed and the prison pagoda flew in front of Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe waved his right hand and Yi Ling appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's hand trembled. He carried Yi Ling and left. At this moment, Li Xinghe suddenly said, You can't leave. The moment he said this, he appeared in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. If you don't die, how can I be at ease? Yi Xian kept silent. Chapter 707. Yi Xian stood on the spot with Yi Ling in his arms, and he didn't move. On the other hand, Li Xinghe stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He was a veteran expert of the Xuanhuan world, and he was an extraordinary expert. The Ascension Realm. He was an extraordinary expert in the Sky-Earth world. However, even he was fearful of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's potential was too great. If he was allowed to grow, then he would definitely bring calamity to the sword martial sect. Especially now that the sword martial sect had become mortal enemies with Yi Xian. If he didn't eliminate Yi Xian now, then even he wouldn't be confident in his ability to kill Yi Xian in the near future. Yi Xian must die. Li Xinghe gazed at Yi Xian. His expression was calm, but he was slightly vigilant in his heart. He didn't dare underestimate this mysterious young man at all. He knew what happened to the Xianyuan clan. The sword aura Li Xinghe emanated grew stronger and stronger, and it even caused the space in the surroundings to warp and warp. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Yan Jia. He just finished speaking when Yan Jia appeared in front of him. Yi Xian passed Yi Ling to Yan Jia. Take her away. Yan Jia glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. She took Yi Ling and was about to leave when an expert of the sword martial sect obstructed her path. Yi Xian gazed at Li Xinghe. I'm the one all of you want to kill. Li Xinghe shook his head. Pull up the weeds by the roots. Pull up the weeds by the roots. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished. Hiss. A ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. It was so swift that it instantly caused Yan Jia's expression to change drastically. At the instant that Li Xinghe attacked, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward, and then the executing heaven sword slashed forward. The executing heaven sword. He hadn't given it to Li Xinghe earlier, and Li Xinghe probably didn't want it because of the pagoda of grand desire. Yi Xian's sword slashed directly against the ray of light. Bang! The sword light shook violently, but it did not explode. On the contrary, Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away. In the process of retreating, his body started to crack inch by inch. When he stopped, his body had already cracked into a spider web pattern. Li Xinghe hadn't held back at all. Li Xinghe glanced at the sword in his hand. At this moment, numerous cracks had appeared on the sword. After a moment of silence, Li Xinghe looked at the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand and said in a low voice, No wonder it's the founder's sacred sword. As he spoke, he frowned. How did this sword fall into your hands? how Xinghe was. Yi Xinghe couldn't even fight against Yi Xinghe. He didn't feel that he was weak this time. After all, Li Xinghe was someone who had cultivated for thousands or even 10,000 years. He didn't feel that he was weak this time. After all, Li Xinghe was someone who had cultivated for thousands or even 10,000 years. He'd relied on those two precious treasures to kill Yi Xinghe, and that was already very heaven-defying. Li Xinghe gazed at Yi Xian. He didn't speak, and the sword in his hand suddenly started trembling. "Ohm!" A sharp howl of the sword reverberated through the sky. Everyone in the surroundings was looking at Li Xinghe, this senior expert of Sky-Earth world. If Yi Xian was able to instantly kill Li Xinghe with a single strike, then it wouldn't be heaven-defying, it would be abnormal. The aura of the sword emanating from Li Xinghe grew stronger and stronger, and the space in the surroundings started to ripple. Yi Xian gazed at Li Xinghe in silence. He couldn't defeat Li Xinghe. He was very well aware of his current strength, and he wouldn't be able to defeat Li Xinghe even if he utilized the Executing Heaven Sword and the Infinite Sword. It wasn't that the Executing Heaven Sword and the Infinite Sword were weak, but the difference in cultivation was too great. Even though the Infinite Sword could disregard cultivation, it didn't mean that it was invincible. Of course, he still had to fight even if he couldn't defeat Li Xinghe. Yi Xian tightened his grip on his sword, and the Executing Heaven Sword trembled violently. Li Xinghe gazed at Yi Xian and was about to attack. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Yan Jia. Is she all right? Yan Jia naturally knew who Yi Xian was talking about. She gazed at Yi Ling, and then she shook her head a short while later. She's just fallen into a deep slumber. She's fine. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Li Xinghe. Let's have a chat. Li Xinghe was slightly stunned, and so was everyone else here. Talk? Talk about what? Li Xinghe gazed at Yi Xian. What do you want to talk about? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll let all of you go if you let me and my younger sister go. All of them were speechless. Li Xinghe gazed at Yi Xian. Are you joking with me? Yi Xian gazed at Li Xinghe. Do you really think that I only have the fifth-dimensional treasure as my trump card? Li Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally didn't believe that Yi Xian only had the fifth-dimensional treasure as his trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearful of Yi Xian. Fearful. He was fearful of Yi Xian. Yi Xian had brought a fifth-dimensional treasure with him all the way here, and that was already slightly heaven-defying. Moreover, who didn't know that Yi Xian had an extraordinary swordsman behind him? The woman in a plain dress. Who in the black-yellow great world wouldn't be fearful of her? She'd instantly annihilated the king of the northern region with a single strike of her sword and all the experts above the emperor realm in the north with a single strike of her sword. No one wouldn't be fearful of such strength. Even Li Xinghe was incomparably fearful of the woman in a plain dress. If not for the fact that the fifth-dimensional treasure and the sacred sword were too important to him, he wouldn't be willing to make an enemy out of such an expert. Retracting his thoughts, Li Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. If you have any trump cards, feel free to show them. Yi Xian looked at Li Xinghe. Are you sure? Li Xinghe stared at Yi Xian. I'm sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently twisted his wrist and pointed his long sword diagonally to the ground. A wisp of sword light flickered on the tip of the sword. Yi Xian suddenly said, Brother Emperor Dog, it's time for you to make your appearance. Hearing this, Li Xinghe frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the sword in his right hand. However, there was no reaction from the surroundings. Li Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Brother Emperor Dog, it's time for you to come out. The surroundings were incomparably silent. There was still no reaction. Yi Xian's face sank. Don't toy with me. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe suddenly said, Yi Xian, are you joking with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. Yi Xian was just about to attack when a colossus suddenly appeared in front of him. The Emperor Dog. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the Emperor Dog. At this moment, the Emperor Dog was completely different from before. Not only was it almost 2 times larger than before, it even emanated a strand of violet light. Of course, the most important factor was its aura. At this moment, the Emperor Dog's aura was countless times stronger than before. As soon as the Emperor Dog appeared, it leaped up and slammed against Li Xinghe. Bang! This collision caused the space where Li Xinghe and the Emperor Dog resided to collapse. At the same time, Li Xinghe was pushed over 1 kilometer back while the Emperor Dog was pushed almost 300 m back as well. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly when he witnessed this scene. That Emperor Dog has actually become so strong? That white little fellow's violet energy was so formidable. At this moment, Yi Xian was slightly regretful. He regretted that he didn't get more violet energy from that little fellow. The Emperor Dog had a ferocious expression on its face as it stood before Yi Xian, and it emanated a ferocious aura. All the experts in the surroundings had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Li Xinghe gazed at the Emperor Dog and spoke softly, "A ferocious beast." As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his wrist. In an instant, an expanse of light surged out and instantly enveloped the Emperor Dog. Hiss! 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 The space where the Emperor Dog resided was instantly torn apart inch by inch. Yi Xian was just about to attack when a strand of formidable aura suddenly erupted from within the expanse of light. In the next moment, the light dispersed, but right at this moment, a strand of light slashed against the Emperor Dog. Bang! The Emperor Dog was instantly pushed 300 m back, and its body was covered in scars. It can break through my defenses. Yi Xian's face fell. Not far away, the Emperor Dog turned to look at Yi Xian and said angrily, "You son of a b***tch, this daddy found me such an opponent as soon as I came out of seclusion. Can you stop screwing me over?" Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Li Xinghe suddenly disappeared, but this time, his target was Yi Xian. Clearly, he still wanted to kill Yi Xian directly. At this moment, the Emperor Dog suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian and slapped at Yi Xian. This slap caused the space in front of it to collapse. Rumble. Li Xinghe was pushed back again, but the Emperor Dog didn't have it easy either. Cracks appeared all over its body. Li Xinghe's sword could break through its defenses. If it were any other Ascension Seal Realm expert, they might not be able to break through the Emperor Dog's defenses. However, Li Xinghe was different. This was a swordsman, and a top-notch swordsman at that. In front of Yi Xian, the Emperor Dog said solemnly, "Kid, think of a way." A way? Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, Li Xinghe suddenly looked around and said softly, "Yi Xian, isn't that plain-dressed woman behind you going to come out yet?" Yi Xian looked at Li Xinghe. "You can look for her like the Northern Region King did. Look for the plain-dressed woman." Li Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. "Do you think I'm stupid? If the plain-dressed woman appeared, he would naturally have other methods to deal with her. If she didn't appear, that would naturally be the best. Look for her himself? Was there something wrong with his head?" Li Xinghe opened his palm and a sword appeared in it. He looked at Yi Xian and the sword in his hand spun rapidly. Soon, sword hums rang out in the surroundings. Li Xinghe looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I've always heard that you have many backers. Call one of them out." In front of Yi Xian, the Emperor Dog hurriedly said, "Kid, call." "Call?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Xiao Linger, it's your turn to perform." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Linger instantly appeared in front of him. After Xiao Linger appeared, she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you confident?" Xiao Linger blinked, and then she carefully took out a box. A box. The emperor dog's eyelids twitched when it saw this box. That day, Xiao Linger had taken out a box, and there was a white little fellow within the box. The reason it was able to break through the shackles of its bloodline was because of that little fellow. Is that little fellow going to appear again? Xiao Linger gazed at Li Xinghe who stood nearby. Li Xinghe chuckled, "Call quickly. I hope it's not too weak." Confidence. As one of the top swordsmen in this world, he was naturally confident. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao Linger opened the box. A ray of black light suddenly drifted out. In midair, the black light dispersed, and a little girl appeared in front of everyone. The little girl wasn't tall, and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She wore a snow-white shirt, and her arms were exposed. She wore a pair of blue pants, and there were a few holes at the knees. On her feet, she wore a pair of cloth shoes that were as white as snow. Something worthy of mentioning was that the little girl had a pair of horns on her head and a long tail behind her. The little girl had both her hands in her pockets, and there was a candied hawthorn in her mouth. Her right foot tapped lightly in a very rhythmic manner, and she was even humming an unknown tune. P.S. Thank you to all the friends who tipped and voted yesterday. Thank you for your support. Chapter 708. A little girl? Everyone was looking at the little girl. They hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually call a little girl out. The little girl was completely devoid of aura, and she seemed like an ordinary person. However, the emperor hound by Yi Xian's side had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on its face. Tremble. Its body was trembling. Yi Xian gazed at the emperor hound while feeling extremely shocked in his heart. This little girl actually made the emperor hound afraid? He knew about the emperor hound. It was an extraordinary ferocious beast, and coupled with the fact that it had broken through the shackles of its bloodline, it could be said to be at the top amongst ferocious beasts. However, it was actually afraid of the little girl at this moment. Based on her outward appearance, it was very likely that she was a demon beast. In other words, it was very likely that she was a ferocious beast as well. So, exactly what sort of demon beast could make even the emperor hound fear her? Yi Xian gazed at the little girl in the distance. The little girl's eyes opened slowly, and her pupils were pitch black while she seemed quite carefree. Li Xinghe's eyes were filled with a solemn expression as he gazed at the little girl. The little girl was completely devoid of aura, and she seemed like an ordinary person. That was exactly why she was even more terrifying. Li Xinghe held his sword tightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The little girl glanced at the surroundings, and then she said softly, "Is this the sword sect?" The sword sect? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, but it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. It was probably the same box that he'd found in the sword sect. Meanwhile, the little girl turned around to gaze at Xiao Linger, and Xiao Linger hurriedly withdrew a candied fruit and passed it to the little girl. The little girl received it in a very natural manner, and then she gazed at Xiao Linger. "You called me out?" Xiao Linger hurriedly nodded. The little girl sized up the little girl and said, "Do you want to fight?" Xiao Linger immediately pointed at Li Xinghe who stood nearby. The little girl turned around to look at Li Xinghe, and then she sized him up. "So weak? So weak?" Everyone here was dumbstruck. So weak? Is there something wrong with this little girl's head? Li Xinghe looked at the little girl. "You think I'm weak?" The little girl thought for a moment and said, "Let me correct you. You're not weak, you're very weak." Everyone, Li Xinghe suddenly laughed. "After so many years, this is the first time someone has called me weak. Furthermore, it's just a clone." Right at this moment, the little girl suddenly appeared before Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe's pupils suddenly constricted. he suddenly drew his sword and stabbed. Buzz! A sword cry resounded, and a ray of sword light slashed toward the little girl. Under everyone's gaze, the little girl suddenly punched out. It was a simple punch. Boom! Everyone watched as Li Xinghe's ray of light instantly vanished without a trace. At the same time, Li Xinghe's figure appeared over 3 kilometers away, and the space before the little girl's eyes was pitch black. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was petrified. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and his heart raced. Where did this monster come from? In the distance, Li Xinghe was only left with his spirit. Furthermore, his spirit was rapidly fading away. Li Xinghe's gaze was slightly dazed. The little girl licked her sugar-coated jaws and spoke emotionlessly, "Can't you just admit that you're weak? Why do you have to go against me?" Li Xinghe gazed at the little girl. "Who exactly are you?" Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian lacks talent and virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian is removed from the position of prince and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. It was an old man in black robes who spoke these words. A young man stood not too far away from the old man, and he had a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. It was Yi Lang. On the other hand, the elders of the Yi clan stood on both sides. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan was going to remove Yi Xian from his position, she had rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to everyone in the ancestral hall and spoke timidly, "Grand Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Grand Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent." The Grand Elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Grand Elder replied coldly, "Then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is still fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap was heard. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Long sized up the guard and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's entire face was a bloody mess. As he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, who was crying for help. He walked up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt like his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling. What are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. But now, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and Yi Ling's right cheek instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, I will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt his head spin, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 709. At this moment, Yi Xian and the Emperor Hound suddenly realized how important this candied hall was. Very important. Xiao Linger. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian, the Emperor Hound, and Yanjia suddenly looked at Xiao Linger. This little fellow must not be offended. They could not afford to offend her. Xiao Linger suddenly looked at Yi Xian. I still have a box. With that, a box suddenly appeared in front of her. A box. At the side, the Emperor Hound's mouth twitched. Yi Xian walked in front of Xiao Linger and said seriously, "This box cannot be used carelessly, understand?" Xiao Linger nodded. "Use it when it's dangerous." Yi Xian gently rubbed Xiao Linger's little head. "Yes, use it when it's dangerous." Xiao Linger slightly lowered her head. "I only have one box." "Only one box?" Yi Xian smiled. "You can't bear to use it?" Xiao Linger looked at Yi Xian. "Will we be able to see her in the future?" Yi Xian asked. "The little fellow who gave you the box?" Xiao Linger nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "We will definitely see her." Xiao Linger grinned. "Good." With that, she carried the box back into the prison pagoda. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then looked at the Emperor Hound. The Emperor Hound said solemnly, "I want to go into seclusion." Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "Emperor Hound, how long will you be in seclusion this time?" The Emperor Hound shook its head. "I don't know." Yi Xian hesitated, then said, "Can you hurry up? I'm in a bit of danger now." The Emperor Hound glanced at Yi Xian. "When are you not in danger?" Yi Xian was speechless. After the Emperor Dog returned to the prison pagoda, Yi Xian walked in front of Yanjia. He looked at Yi Ling, who was in Yanjia's arms, with an extremely gloomy expression. Yanga looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go back first." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded. He carried Yi Ling in his arms and vanished with Yanjia. His sister was the most important. After Yi Xian and the others left, the scene returned to calm. In the dark, Xianyuan Qi looked in the direction they left and said softly, "Martial Master, do you recognize the little girl just now?" Beside her, Xianyuan Wu shook his head. "I've never seen him before." Xianyuan Qi remained silent for a long time before she said, "Exactly how many backers does he have?" "A backer." Xianyuan Wu fell silent. Just now, that little girl had killed Li Xinghe, who was already at the Ascended Seal realm, with a single punch. Who was Li Xinghe? He was from the same generation as Xianyuan Wu, and Li Xinghe's ranking on the sovereign rankings all those years ago was above Xianyuan Wu. However, Li Xinghe wasn't just at the Ascended Seal realm, he was also an extraordinary swordsman. His combat strength could absolutely be ranked in the top 5 amongst Ascended Seal realm experts. However, such an extraordinary expert had been instantly killed by a single punch from that little girl. It was an instant kill. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. First, it was the woman in a plain dress, and now it was that strange little girl. If the founding ancestor of the Immortal Sword sect was included, then it meant that Yi Xian had 3 extraordinary experts backing him. Each of them was more heaven-defying than the last. The problem was, did Yi Xian have any other backers besides the 3 of them? Xianyuan Wu fell silent for a very long time. In the end, he said softly, "Little girl, hide yourself for now." Xianyuan Qi gazed at Xianyuan Wu, and the latter said in a low voice, "That person is a vengeful person. He might not let you off, and he might not even let my Xianyuan family off." Xianyuan Qi fell silent. Xianyuan Wu said softly, "I'll go see the patriarch." Xianyuan Qi suddenly said, "He'll definitely take revenge. Not just us, but the Sword Martial sect as well." Xianyuan Wu looked at Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi said in a low voice, "We can't let him take revenge on us first." Xianyuan Wu shook his head. "He probably hates my Xianyuan family the most." Xianyuan Qi said, "No, he probably hates the person who's manipulating everything in the dark the most." Manipulating everything in the dark. Xianyuan Wu narrowed his eyes with killing intent. Not only did this person set up my Xianyuan family, but he also set up the Sword Martial sect. Who exactly is it? Xianyuan Qi said in a low voice, I've already asked Skynet to investigate. I believe we'll have news soon. Skynet. Xianyuan Wu nodded. We must find out as soon as possible. Xianyuan Qi's expression was gloomy. I also want to know who's behind all of this. News of what Yi Xian had done in the sword martial sect soon spread throughout the Black Origin Great World. Yi Xian. Almost everyone in the Black Origin Great World knew the name Yi Xian. He had many backers. That was everyone's impression of Yi Xian. Not only did he have many backers, but his backers were also very powerful. Now, everyone was very curious about Yi Xian's background. Why did Yi Xian have so many backers? Why? Countless forces were curious. In fact, even the people of the northern region were curious, let alone the other forces. And Lanxiu and the others were very familiar with Yi Xian, but they did not know why Yi Xian had so many backers. For example, they could not understand why the ancestral master of the immortal sword sect would help Yi Xian. Of course, that was not the main point. The main point was that the Xianyuan family had been severely damaged, the sword martial sect's ancestral master had fallen, and the immortal sword sect master had become Yi Xian, northern region, prison tower. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling in front of him quietly. At this moment, pure spiritual energy was exuding from Yi Ling's body. About 2 hours later, Yi Ling slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Yi Xian, Yi Ling smiled. Yi Xian also smiled. But as he smiled, he began to cry. His tears flowed uncontrollably. No one knew what Yi Ling meant to Yi Xian. Everything. His little sister was his everything. When he was very, very young, when his mother had just left, that was the most difficult time for him. If it was not for his little sister, he would not have been able to persevere. Because that time was really too bitter. But whenever he saw his little sister, he would tell himself that he could not die. If he died, his little sister would have no one to rely on. He did not dare to imagine what would happen to his little sister if he died. At that time, his little sister was his belief. For his little sister, no matter how bitter, tiring, or difficult it was, he would persist on living. Because he was alive, his little sister could live. He never dared to think about what would happen if he lost his little sister. At the side, Yanjia looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. This was the first time she had seen Yi Xian cry. Cry. It was hard to imagine that a person like Yi Xian would cry. Because in her impression, Yi Xian was someone who was very decisive in killing, and could even be said to be somewhat cruel. This kind of person usually did not care much about feelings, or rather, had no feelings at all. But Yi Xian cared so much about his little sister. Even more than his own life. She did not doubt that Yi Xian would really die for Yi Ling. For Yi Ling, he could really do anything, including die. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly said, "Brother. Did I drag you down again?" Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. "It's not that you dragged me down, it's that I couldn't protect you." Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. "If it wasn't for me, brother, Yi Xian suddenly said, "without you, life is meaningless to me." Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian, and tears flowed from her eyes. Yi Xian gently wiped the tears off Yi Ling's face. "We have to live well. You bully others, but if anyone dares to bully us, brother will make them die a horrible death. Rest well, brother has something to do." After saying this, he got up and left the prison pagoda. Within the pagoda, Yi Ling was silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yanjia suddenly said, "His enemies will become stronger and stronger." Yi Ling nodded, "I know." As she said this, she looked at Yanjia. "I can still become stronger, right?" Yanjia smiled, "Of course. Are you interested in Dao Law?" Yi Ling looked at Yanjia, and Yanjia smiled, "One ice and one fire, it should be fun." In the hall, Yi Xian sat calmly, and no one could tell that he was angry. In front of him were Jiang Jiu and Sheng Wanxian. Yi Xian said, "Investigate who is behind this." Sheng Wanxian said, "I just received a secret report." Yi Xian looked at Sheng Wanxian, and she said, "There are 3 names in the report. The first is Dao Sect, the second is Bound of Universe, and the third is Wu Clan." Yi Xian was silent. Sheng Wanxian continued, "I do not know who sent this secret memorial, but at the moment, the only ones who have the ability to do so, and the motive to do so, are these 3 families." Yi Xian was silent. Sheng Wanxian hesitated, and then said, "The waters of Bound of Universe are very deep. No matter what your majesty wants to do, you must be very careful." Of course, she knew Yi Xian would not let it go so easily. If the other party had only attacked Yi Xian might have tolerated it for a while. However, if they had attacked Yi Ling, then they would not stop until one of them died. It should be said that whether it was Sword Martial Sect or Xianyuan clan, Yi Xian would definitely not let them go. And now, it was a matter of time. Yi Xian nodded, "I understand, you can leave first." Sheng Wanxian nodded, and then left. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian, "Don't be too impulsive." Yi Xian nodded, "I won't do anything rash. One can only take revenge if he is alive." Jiang Jiu nodded, "It's good that you understand." Saying this, she hesitated, and then said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you too much." Yi Xian looked at Jiang Jiu, "Without you and Sheng Wanxian, I wouldn't be able to manage the northern region. You 2 are my good wives." Good wives. Jiang Jiu rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, "Are you taking advantage of me?" Yi Xian said softly, "Actually, I'm a little afraid that I'll implicate you too." Jiang Jiu shook her head, "Without you, everyone in the chaotic universe would be dead. Remember, you don't owe us, and you don't owe anyone." Yi Xian was silent. Jiang Jiu said, "Don't let yourself live too hard." Saying this, she glanced at Yi Xian, "Rest well, Xian, and I will go investigate and see if we can find the person behind this." Saying this, she turned and left. In the hall, Yi Xian was silent for a long time. Finally, he opened his palm, and within it was a drop of blood essence. That mysterious little girl's blood essence. A moment later, Yi Xian directly swallowed that drop of blood essence. In an instant, Yi Xian's entire body began to burn. P.S. Ticket. Do you have it? Chapter 710. Burn. After Yi Xian consumed that drop of essence blood, his entire face contorted. Pain. At that moment, he felt as if his entire body was being corroded by a mysterious power. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Yi Xian hurriedly took out a large pile of raw crystals and started devouring them. Not only that, but he also devoured all sorts of healing pills. At that moment, Yanjia appeared in front of Yi Xian. She frowned slightly as she looked at Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's body was being destroyed. Moreover, the rate of recovery was far inferior to the destruction caused by that drop of essence blood. Yanjia's expression darkened. Yi Xian had been too impulsive this time. He had underestimated the energy contained within that drop of essence blood. Let alone Yi Xian, even she had underestimated that drop of essence blood. The blood-red flames around Yi Xian grew stronger and stronger, and Yi Xian's body started to turn illusory. Even a god-level body could not withstand it. As if she had thought of something, Yanjia hurriedly said, "Hurry up and activate your bloodline. Let your bloodline suppress it." The power of bloodline. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly activated his bloodline. Very soon, his blood began to boil. Boom! A powerful force suddenly rippled out from his body, and Yanjia, who was in front of him, was immediately forced to retreat. After Yanjia stopped, she hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. However, when she saw Yi Xian, she was stunned. Yi Xian's blood did not suppress that drop of essence blood. On the contrary, they were getting along very harmoniously. Yi Xian was also stunned. In the past, whenever he encountered other bloodlines, his bloodline would definitely madly devour them. However, at that moment, his bloodline was getting along very well with that drop of essence blood. What was going on? At that moment, that drop of essence blood suddenly started to fuse with his blood. Yi Xian, when that drop of essence blood actively fused with his blood, his body gradually started to transform. Sensing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Yanjia also relaxed. It had to be said that it was too dangerous just now. However, what she did not understand was why that drop of essence blood would choose to fuse with Yi Xian's blood. Time passed bit by bit. Inside the pagoda, Yi Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and his body was slowly squirming. It was incomparably strange. Apart from Yi Xian, the body of the emperor dog on the second floor was also changing. It had also devoured that drop of blood essence. After swallowing that drop of essence blood, dark scales started to appear all over its body. On the fifth floor, Xiaolinger was currently watering the spirit trees. Currently, the entire prison pagoda, from the first to the seventh floor, was filled with all sorts of spirit trees. After a while, Xiaolinger clapped his hands, turned around, and left. After walking around, she finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th floor. The door of the 8th floor was not quite the same as the other floors. The door of the 8th floor was blood red, and there was a deep sword mark on it. Xiaolinger looked at the door and fell into deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. After a while, little Linger suddenly approached the door of the tower. She looked inside through the sword mark, and a moment later, she seemed to have seen something terrifying, and immediately retreated in fear. Xiaolinger held the woman's sword with both hands and pointed at the door. Her voice trembled as she said, "You don't scare me." At this moment, the door of the pagoda trembled slightly. Xiaolinger's entire body trembled. Green City, Yi Family, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi residence. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince, why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a family matter, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan Hill. He is fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he is stripped of his position or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder coldly replied, "Then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi residence rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed, "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You are very good. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 personal guards. From now on, you will be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I am willing to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a family matter, what are you butting in for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then do it 30 times. Very quickly, Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "I will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 711. Yanjia left the prison pagoda with Yi Ling looking for Dao laws. In fact, Yanjia and Yu had this idea before. Because Yi Xian was not in a very good situation at the moment. Although he had the woman in a plain dress behind him, the woman in a plain dress could not show up all the time. If Yi Xian died, it would be very disadvantageous for her and Yu. Because only Yi Xian could control the prison pagoda. Of course, the reason why he could control it was because of the plain-dressed woman inside the pagoda. Yi Xian pondered for a long time. In the end, he left the prison pagoda. Divine Hall. Shangguan Xian came to Yi Xian. Yi Xian asked, "How is the investigation going?" Shangguan Xian said solemnly, "I received a few more secret memorials, which detailed the motives of the Dao sect, Wu clan, and the Master of Heaven and Earth." Yi Xian looked at Shangguan Xian. Who do you think it is?" Shangguan Xian said solemnly, "It is possible, but the Master of Heaven and Earth is most likely." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Shangguan Xian said, "Because the chaos in the Heaven and Earth realm is the most beneficial to her." Of course, I can't be sure because the Heaven and Earth realm has been silent for too long. On the surface, they are far inferior to the Xianyuan family and the Sword Martial sect in terms of strength and influence. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and then he said, "I will go to the Xianyuan family." With that, he disappeared. Shangguan Xian sighed softly. She knew that Yi Xian was still unwilling to let the Xianyuan family off. It could not be helped, the Xianyuan family really should not have touched Yi Ling. This was what Yi Xian could not tolerate the most. Yi Xian did not go directly to the Xianyuan family. Instead, he went to the Heaven and Earth realm. In the Heaven and Earth palace, Yi Xian looked at the Master of Heaven and Earth in front of him. "Is it you?" The old man next to the Lord of Heaven and Earth stared at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with caution. The Master of Mysterious Yellow naturally knew what Yi Xian meant. She smiled and said, "It wasn't me." Yi Xian looked straight at the Lord of Heaven and Earth. His right hand was already holding onto the sword at his waist. At that moment, the old man beside the Master of Heaven and Yellow stood in front of Yi Xian. At that moment, the Master of Mysterious Yellow suddenly said, "Why do you think it's me?" Yi Xian looked at the Lord of Heaven and Earth without saying a word. The Master of Mysterious Yellow smiled. "Did someone tell you that I was the one who took your sister away?" Yi Xian suddenly walked towards the Lord of Heaven and Earth. The old man in front of her squinted his eyes and clenched his right hand tightly. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Half-step seal ascension stage. At the same time, four men in black suddenly appeared not far behind Yi Xian. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The four of them were all peak-end realm experts. The Master of Heaven and Earth suddenly waved his right hand. The four men in black stopped and then disappeared. However, the old man in front of the Master of Heaven and Earth didn't move. The Master of Heaven and Earth smiled. "Old Yang, you can't stop him." Old Yang looked at Yi Xian. "The one who took your sister away wasn't His Majesty." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Old Master Yang's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he suddenly punched forward. Hong! The moment old Yang punched out, a strong force instantly sent him flying. When he stopped, Yi Xian's sword was already on the Master of Heaven and Earth's brow. Old Yang was shocked. Yi Xian, if you touch her, you will definitely die. Yi Xian looked at the Master of Heaven and Earth in front of him. How can I trust you? The Master of Heaven and Earth smiled. I know who took your sister away. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. A light screen suddenly appeared not far in front of Yi Xian. In the light screen, Xianyuan Qi and an expert from the Xianyuan family were on their way back to the Xianyuan family. In Xianyuan Qi's hand was Yi Ling. At this moment, something strange happened. A shadow suddenly rushed toward Xianyuan Qi and the expert. Xianyuan Qi and the expert's expressions changed. They were about to attack, but at this moment, the black shadow disappeared. Yi Ling disappeared with it. Seeing Yi Ling disappear, Xianyuan Qi and the expert's expressions became extremely ugly. At this moment, the scene suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked at the Master of Heaven and Earth. The Master of Heaven and Earth smiled. Continue watching. Yi Xian looked at the light screen. In the light screen, the man in black disappeared and was brought to a cloud. In the cloud, an old man in white stood. The old man was dressed in white, and his hands were behind his back. His back was facing the man in black, so his face could not be seen clearly. The man in black bowed slightly to the old man. No one knew what he was saying. After a while, the man in black turned around and left with Yi Ling. At this moment, the white-robed old man suddenly turned around. His eyes were like sharp blades, causing people to shiver. It was also at this moment that the scene came to an abrupt end. The hall fell silent. Yi Xian looked at the Master of Heaven and Earth. Who are those two? The Master of Heaven and Earth shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The Master of Heaven and Earth suddenly asked, Do you really understand the black-yellow great world? Yi Xian said in a low voice, What do you mean? The Master of Heaven and Earth smiled. Do you know? The black-yellow great world is huge. Not only is it huge, but the waters here are also very deep. Even when the black-yellow world was at its peak, it did not really unify the entire black-yellow great world. Some forces are out in the open, while some forces are not known to people. Do you understand? Yi Xian looked at the Master of Heaven and Earth. This chapter is not over. Please continue. The Master of Heaven and Earth said, You should know who they are. The Master of Heaven and Earth fell silent. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. He turned around and left. The Master of Heaven and Earth looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared from the hall. Seeing this, the old man beside the Master of Heaven and Earth heaved a sigh of relief. The current Yi Xian was too terrifying. He was even more terrifying than before. The Master of Heaven and Earth suddenly said, He has become stronger again. Old Yang looked at the Master of Heaven and Earth. What level is he at now? The Master of Heaven and Earth shook his head. I don't know the specifics. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked outside the hall in the distance. She whispered, He is really a monster. Old Yang sighed. This time, the Xianyuan family may be in trouble. The Master of Heaven and Earth said with a smile, Don't underestimate the Xianyuan family or the Sword Martial sect. Of course, don't underestimate our King Yi. The Night King's backers are really stronger than the other. Old Yang said in a deep voice, Who is that mysterious little girl from before? The Master of Heaven and Earth shook his head. Our people can't find out. Including the woman in the plain dress. These people seem to have suddenly appeared. Old Yang asked, "Can you calculate it?" The Master of Heaven and Earth said softly, "Whoever calculates it will die." Old Yang was speechless. The Master of Heaven and Earth suddenly laughed. "Let's see who is stronger, Yi Xian or the Xianyuan family." An hour later, Yi Xian arrived in the Xianyuan world. As soon as he appeared, Xianyuan Wu appeared in front of him. Xianyuan Wu looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian closed his eyes. "Let her out." Xianyuan Wu narrowed his eyes. "Yi Xian, do you really want to fight to the death?" Yi Xian roared. "Let her out." Xianyuan Wu was about to speak when a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Xianyuan Qi. Seeing Xianyuan Qi, Xianyuan Wu's face changed. "You. Go back." Xianyuan Qi shook her head and looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I took your sister." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a sword pierced through Xianyuan Qi's forehead. "Qi." Xianyuan Qi froze on the spot. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Wu was stunned. Yi Xian turned and looked at Xianyuan Qi with a ferocious expression. "Those who hurt my sister, die. 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 P.S. Asking for tickets. If you don't have tickets, praise me." End of this chapter. Chapter 712. Xianyuan Qi's eyes were glazed over. She had never thought that she would die like this. This time, Yi Xian's sword had not only destroyed her body, but it had also destroyed her soul. Her soul was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. She knew that she was definitely going to die. A bitter smile appeared on Xianyuan Qi's lips as she recalled the past. In the end, Xianyuan Qi's eyes lost all color. She was completely dead. "Yi Xian!" Xianyuan Wu suddenly roared nearby. "You're going too far." He charged forward as soon as he finished his words. Boom! A powerful aura swept across the battlefield like a storm. Nearby, Yi Xian was expressionless as he drew his sword and slashed. Qi! A sword light instantly tore the space in front of him. Boom! The two separated as soon as they collided. Yi Xian retreated hundreds of meters while Xianyuan Wu retreated less than 300 meters. However, Xianyuan Wu's expression was extremely grim as he glared at Yi Xian. "You've become stronger again." He had become stronger again. Yi Xian's current strength was not just a little bit stronger than before. How long had it been this time? Xianyuan Wu was extremely shocked, but he was filled with killing intent. Xianyuan Wu knew very well that there was no way the Xianyuan family and Yi Xian could reconcile. Unless the Xianyuan family admitted defeat and sacrificed their dignity to admit their mistakes, there would only be a possibility of reconciliation. However, would the Xianyuan family do that? As the saying went, a warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. The Xianyuan family was an ancient family after all. They would never lower their heads and admit their mistakes to Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian let the Xianyuan family off? Definitely not. He had already become sworn enemies with the Xianyuan family the moment they laid their hands on Yi Ling. Xianyuan Wu looked at Yi Xian and slowly clenched his right hand. A powerful force gathered in his hand and the space around him began to tremble violently. Not far away, Yi Xian was expressionless. He gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, and a powerful sword aura suddenly rippled out from his body. Xianyuan Wu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he immediately retreated an entire 3 kilometers back. Sword skill. He knew that Yi Xian was going to use that powerful sword technique again. There were two things about Yi Xian that he feared the most. The first was the 5th-dimensional treasure, and the second was that powerful sword skill. That powerful sword skill was completely capable of killing a sealed realm expert like him. Seeing that Xianyuan Wu had retreated, Yi Xian didn't attack again. Instead, he turned around and left. If this kind of ascended Seal Realm expert were to avoid battle, even his limitless sword would not be able to do anything to him. Xianyuan Wu's expression was terrifyingly gloomy when he saw Yi Xian leaving. He didn't dare to chase after Yi Xian either. If Yi Xian wanted to leave now, even a crescent stage expert wouldn't dare to force him to stay. That sword. He wasn't confident that he could withstand it. At this moment, Xianyuan Wu suddenly turned around. The space in front of him suddenly trembled. A moment later, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Xian, let's see how long you can jump around. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. After Yi Xian left the Xianyuan family, he directly went to the sword martial world. Some debts naturally had to be settled. However, when he arrived at the sword martial world, it was currently enveloped by a large formation. Looking at the formation in front of him, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Pust! The entire formation shook violently when the sword fell, but it wasn't damaged at all. Yi Xian frowned. He drew the executing heaven sword and slashed again. Boom! The formation shook violently. A deep crack appeared where his sword fell, but it instantly returned to normal. Yi Xian slashed several more times, but he still couldn't break the formation. In the end, he used the Space Dao Law, but this time, the Space Dao Law couldn't let him enter. This was because the location of the formation had even sealed the space. Moreover, there were many strange runes in the space. In front of the formation, Yi Xian was silent for a long time. In the end, he finally turned around and left. The formation of such an ancient force couldn't be broken easily. In the sword martial world, the expressions of Zhang Qi and Gu Jing instantly relaxed when they saw Yi Xian leave. They knew that Yi Xian might come for revenge, so they had long activated the formation. Fortunately, the formation was activated. Otherwise, if Yi Xian came in, at this moment, Zhang Qi suddenly said, "Did the Patriarch make any movements?" Gu Jing said softly, "The Patriarch left 2 hours ago." Zhang Qi looked at Gu Jing. "Where did he go?" Gu Jing said, "The Xianyuan family. Join forces." Zhang Qi said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be just us, right?" Gu Jing nodded. "Of course it's not just us." As he spoke, he lifted his head to look at the distant horizon and said softly, "This time, the forces of the Black-Yellow Great World will fight against Yi Xian and the person behind him." After Yi Xian left the sword martial school, he returned to the Black Origin world again. In the Black Origin Palace, Yi Xian looked at the Lord of Black Origin. "Do you know about the sect?" "The Dao sect." The Lord of Black Origin nodded. "I know about Dao Yi." Yi Xian looked at the Lord of Black Origin without saying anything. The Lord of Black Origin said softly, "This is a mysterious force. It's very mysterious." Then, she looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "King Yi, are you here to ask me or to threaten me?" Yi Xian walked in front of the Lord of Black Origin. "You were involved in my sister's matter, right?" The Lord of Black Origin nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian looked at the Lord of Black Origin. "Next time, if you have any schemes, come at me. Don't have any ideas about my sister. Do you understand?" The Lord of Black Origin looked at Yi Xian. "The more you care about her, the more dangerous her situation will be." Yi Xian nodded. "I know." The Lord of Black Origin smiled. "She is your weakness. Many people can't defeat you, so they will target her. Can you protect her for life?" Then, she walked in front of the palace and said softly, "King Yi, you are very strong, and your backer is very strong. However, don't underestimate the Black Origin world. Take the Xianyuan family for example. Do you think they are only at the Ascending Feng realm? Their foundation is so deep that you can't imagine it. Yi Xian looked at the Lord of Black Origin. What about the Black Origin world? How deep is it? The Lord of Black Origin turned to look at Yi Xian. King Yi, you and I have no conflict of interest. Many people want you dead, but I don't want you to die. If you are alive, you will be more useful to me. Simply put, we can use each other. Yi Xian nodded. You can use me. The problem is, what is your value to me? The Lord of Black Origin smiled. Intelligence. In terms of intelligence, if the Black Origin world says it is second, no one dares to say they are first. Yi Xian looked at the Lord of Black Origin for a long time. Then, he said, deal. The Lord of Black Origin looked at Yi Xian and said, the Tao sect is a very mysterious force. They are mysterious because they don't participate in worldly battles and don't expand. They have almost no presence. Then, she looked at Yi Xian. As far as I know, your god nation has a super genius, Xiaoqi. She is now in the hands of the Tao sect, right? Yi Xian nodded. The Lord of Black Origin said, I don't have any more information about the Tao sect. However, let me give you a friendly reminder. Don't provoke this force. They are not simple. Yi Xian asked, how can I find them? The Lord of Black Origin opened her palm, and a white light landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the white light entered his brain. After a while, Yi Xian turned around and left. The Lord of Black Origin watched Yi Xian leave and said softly, this guy. Is he going to cause trouble for the Tao sect? Old Yang was speechless. After Yi Xian left the Black Origin world, he traveled west on his sword. After about 2 hours, he came to a wasteland. Yi Xian stopped. At the end of his vision, there was a wasteland. It was desolate, and there was a scorching air. What was this place? Yi Xian frowned. After a while, he turned into a sword light and disappeared. In just a moment, Yi Xian stopped. 1,000 feet in front of him, there was a stone city. The city was a little old, like it belonged to a primitive society. Yi Xian was about to head over when an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. When he saw this old man, Yi Xian was stunned. He knew this person, it was the old man who helped him improve in the chaotic universe. An old acquaintance. The old man sized up Yi Xian, and his eyes were filled with shock. Peak End Realm physical body? Yi Xian nodded, I just broke through. The old man said solemnly, is it that girl's essence blood? Yi Xian nodded and looked at the old man, Senior is paying attention too? The old man nodded, you caused too much of a commotion. Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior, my sister. The old man smiled, I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, we didn't attack your sister. Yi Xian nodded, that's good. Honestly speaking, he didn't want to be enemies with the Taoist faction because Seven was there. Moreover, this Taoist faction was really mysterious and they were definitely really strong. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, however, we know who took your sister away. Yi Xian looked at the old man and the old man said, follow me. After saying this, he turned around and walked into the distance. Yi Xian followed. On the way, the old man said, how did you find this place? Yi Xian said, Xianhuang Lord. The old man said softly, that woman. Yi Xian asked, why? The old man said, that woman isn't simple. No, she isn't simple at all. You have to be careful when dealing with her. Xianhuang Lord. Yi Xian nodded. He was really wary of that woman. Instinct told him that she was dangerous. The old man continued, other than that, the Xianyuan family and the sword martial sect aren't simple either. Don't underestimate them. Moreover, they seem to be plotting something. Yi Xian asked, plotting what? The old man nodded, their real experts haven't come out yet. The reason why they haven't come out is not because they're afraid of you, but because they might be planning something." Yi Xian frowned. "Planning what?" The old man looked at Yi Xian. "Who is that woman behind you?" Yi Xian fell silent. Who was that woman? He actually didn't know either. The old man asked again, "Can't you say?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "I don't know who she is either. Anyway, she's mine." The old man. Chapter 713. A woman in a plain dress. Actually, Yi Xian was very curious about who she was as well. Unfortunately, he'd asked her twice, yet she hadn't told him. In next to no time, the old man led Yi Xian into the city, and Yi Xian was stunned upon entering the city. The city was empty, there was nothing at all. Yi Xian gazed at the old man. "Senior?" The old man smiled. "Mu Yu, you can call me Elder Mu." Yi Xian nodded. "Elder Mu, why is there no one in the city?" Mu Yu replied, "You'll know in a moment." Yi Xian nodded and didn't ask any further questions. In next to no time, Elder Mu led Yi Xian to an underground entrance, and then both of them walked down along the entrance. After walking for around 15 minutes, both of them stopped. At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned. An underground city. There's a whole different world beneath the ground. There were quite a few people in the city, and all of their auras were extremely formidable. Especially these people's physical bodies. These people's physical bodies were generally very strong. Among them, he even had a few God realm physical bodies. The Taoist school. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. Exactly what sort of power is this? Elder Mu led Yi Xian to a hall. The hall was slightly simple, and there were some beast bones and drawings of demon beasts placed within it. He'd never seen any of these demon beasts. Meanwhile, an old man in cloth clothes appeared before them. The old man was thin, and he held a walking stick in his hand. Moreover, there was a deep scar of a sword on his face. Elder Mu bowed slightly when he saw the old man, and then he withdrew himself. He shot a glance at Yi Xian before he left. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. "Sit." Yi Xian bowed slightly. "Senior, may I know your name?" The old man replied, "Bu." Yi Xian nodded. "Senior Bu, I came here to meet little Qi." Bu looked at Yi Xian. "You want her to go back?" Yi Xian nodded. The position of the Divine Nation's Divine Master was originally hers. Bu shook his head. "She can't go back for now." Yi Xian frowned. "Why?" Bu said, "She has other things to do." Yi Xian looked at Bu. "I want to see her." Bu shook his head. "No." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior, can't I just meet him?" Bu looked at Yi Xian. "No." Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, an illusory Xiao Ta suddenly appeared between his brows. The moment this Xiao Ta appeared, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out from his body. At the same time, the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly shook violently, and a powerful force directly enveloped Bu. The current him had many enemies. He didn't want to make more enemies, much less an enemy like the Taoist faction. However, he didn't mind having an enemy like the Taoist faction. Because he had too many enemies, it didn't matter if there was one or two more. Bu looked at Yi Xian. "You want to fight?" Yi Xian smiled. "Sir, Seven is my friend. I want to meet her. Is there a problem?" "Is there a problem?" Bu looked at the prison pagoda between Yi Xian's brows and said softly, 5 dimensions. The moment he said that, he waved his right hand. Hong. A powerful force enveloped Yi Xian. The prison pagoda between Yi Xian's brows returned to his body. Not only that, but Yi Xian felt like his body was frozen and he couldn't move at all. It was over. He had met an expert. Yi Xian's face darkened. This old man was at least above Deng Feng. Ah Bu looked at Yi Xian. Follow me. After saying that, he got up and walked outside. At this time, the force on Yi Xian's body had disappeared. Yi Xian thought about it and followed Ah Bu. On the way, Ah Bu said softly, "It's not a bad thing to be young and rash. However, don't go overboard. As far as I know, there are no less than 3 people in the Xian Yuan family who can kill you instantly." 3 people. Yi Xian fell silent. Ah Bu said again, "You might be thinking why they didn't make a move. They didn't make a move not because they were afraid of you, but because they were afraid of the woman behind you. Killing you is easy, but dealing with that woman is extremely difficult. If you are alive, that woman will have some misgivings. If you are dead, that woman will have no misgivings. If that kind of expert were to act recklessly, no one would not be afraid." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior means that they didn't kill me because they are afraid of the person behind me?" Ah Bu smiled. "Not really. There is another reason, which is the problem after killing you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Ah Bu said, "If the Xian Yuan family kills you, then first, they will have to bear the revenge of the person behind you. Second, they will have to face the other forces. Whoever has a 5th-dimensional treasure will be targeted. So, obtaining a 5th-dimensional treasure is not difficult. The difficult part is how to protect it." Yi Xian looked at Ah Bu. "What about the Dao sect's attitude?" Ah Bu looked at Yi Xian. "My Dao sect does not want to provoke you." Yi Xian asked, "Why? Are you not tempted by the 5th-dimensional treasure?" Ah Bu said calmly, "You have too many people backing you." Yi Xian was speechless. At that moment, Ah Bu suddenly stopped. He pointed at a door not far away. It was a black door, and it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see anything. Yi Xian asked, "Little Seven is inside?" Ah Bu nodded. "Go in." Yi Xian did not think much. He turned into a ray of sword light and entered the door. The moment he entered the door, Yi Xian felt his vision turn pitch black. He felt the space around him tremble crazily. Just like that, after a quarter of an hour, he felt his surroundings return to normal. Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, he was in a wasteland. The sky was dark and the surroundings were silent. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was this place? At this time, Yi Xian's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang! The sword fell. Yi Xian retreated hundreds of feet. The moment he stopped, the ground under his feet exploded. Yi Xian looked into the distance. However, there was nothing there. Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this time, his expression changed. He pulled out his sword and slashed. Bang! The moment the sword slashed down, he retreated hundreds of feet again. Yi Xian looked into the distance. There was nothing in front of him. There was nothing there. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. A moment later, the spatial Dao suddenly appeared at the center of his forehead. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed it towards the right. Bang! An afterimage retreated repeatedly, but it vanished as it retreated. How strange! Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open. The next second, a bloody mouth was about to bite him. Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Hiss! The sound of something slicing resounded. This time, he'd utilized the execution heaven sword. A black shadow retreated repeatedly in front of Yi Xian, and it only stopped after moving 300 m back. When the black shadow stopped, Yi Xian got a clear look at the other party's face. It was a demon beast that was shaped like a wolf and had a ferocious appearance. At this moment, there was a deep gash on the demon beast's mouth, and if the gash was just a little bit further forward, then the demon beast's entire face would be split apart. The demon beast gazed at Yi Xian with a ferocious gaze, and it seemed like it intended to swallow Yi Xian up. Yi Xian's face was emotionless while he held tightly onto the execution heaven sword in his right hand. The demon beast glanced at the execution heaven sword in Yi Xian's grasp, and there was a trace of fear in its eyes. It bared its teeth at Yi Xian, and then it transformed into a ray of black light that vanished not too far away. It fled? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. That demon beast isn't stupid. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Senior? Suddenly, the ground in the distance started trembling. Yi Xian frowned. What's going on? It didn't take long for a colossus to appear at the limits of Yi Xian's field of vision. It was a demon beast. The demon beast was huge, shaped like an ape, and its arms were like pillars. It was charging towards them at a speed that wasn't particularly fast, but with every step it took, the ground would tremble violently. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Xian gripped the execution heaven sword tightly in his right hand. When the demon beast was within 100 feet of him, he was about to draw his sword when the sound of a sword suddenly came from the horizon. The demon beast immediately stopped and looked at the horizon. In the next moment, it turned around and ran. This time, it was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the horizon. At this moment, the sword light landed in front of him, and when the sword light dissipated, a little girl appeared in front of him. Xiao Qi. The Xiao Qi that he hadn't seen in a long time. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Qi suddenly said, "Follow me." With that, she turned around and walked away. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before following. Xiao Qi brought Yi Xian forward. On the way, Yi Xian didn't speak. He knew that Xiao Qi would give him an explanation. After a long time, Xiao Qi said softly, "I'm sorry, I left without saying goodbye that day." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Qi. "You are related to the Taoist faction?" Xiao Qi said softly, "I have some connections with them." With that, she looked at Yi Xian. "The one who took your sister is a force called God Hull." God Hull? Yi Xian frowned. "I have never heard of it." Xiao Qi said softly, "After we separated that day, people from this force attacked me." Yi Xian asked, "Why did they target you?" With that said, he seemed to have thought of something and asked again, "Because you are fated to be a human king?" Human king. He still remembered that Xiao Qi was fated to be a human king. Xiao Qi nodded, "Yes. This force is very strong. If I stayed in the chaotic universe, would implicate the entire chaotic universe." With that said, she looked at Yi Xian, "But I didn't expect that after I left, they would target you." Yi Xian said solemnly, "They want to find you through me?" Xiao Qi nodded, "Not just that, but also that treasure on you. However, they seem to be afraid of that plain-dressed girl, so they didn't attack you openly. Instead, they want to use the Xianyuan family and the Wu clan to deal with you. They want to know the true strength of that plain-dressed girl." Plain-dressed girl. Yi Xian said solemnly, "They want to target her?" Xiao Qi nodded, "Not only them, but many other forces are preparing to attack her." At this moment, Old Man Abu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian, "You better inform her, otherwise, she will be in great danger. P.S. Later, I will send a red packet to everyone, remember to snatch it." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.